Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to day 12 in the Karen Read Cake. And to you lucky ladies, it seems today we could get a bukkake. I did my research yesterday. I tried going on the GitHub that she was recommending yesterday. I'll have to say it was a hard wank. So I hope today will be a little bit better with a nice bukkake.
And you missed the opportunity to say we're going to go in raw. You almost had a hat trick of entendres, a triple entendre, if you will.
A troupe entendre? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Jamie,
I'm a fan of the single entendres.
That's why Jamie should stream with us. I'm behind. Should I finish watching yesterday afternoon? I'm about 15 minutes into Leslie's Cross of Snarky Mishide. I think you should actually wait till the lunch break, but he gets her to admit that she did a lot of things, but not her job. So I saw someone said, why was it such a good cross? And that's a little bit troubling because I think we kind of like we did in the last trial. And I thought about it this morning when I did my recap. I think we might sometimes, because we are very biased, think everything is great. And I'm just, does everyone see it? But then I see someone show that their husband just walked around the house yelling about how little she knew about coding, and that's not how it works. And if they ever tried calling Apple and get them to talk about it.
Yeah, I guess now it calls into question, and are other defense attorneys going to be using this sort of discrepancy to try to get out their clients out? Because it never made sense to me that this is a common way that they do this, and it's never happened before. No other case has had a weird timestamp that they've had to deal with this before. It just doesn't seem like this would be the first case.
No, especially when Celebrite is used 95% of the time to prove anything with a phone. And Dave is right. Mo could do so much better than these slackers, especially Valhalla.
Valhalla has to take care of the goats. Look, we all need the goat stream for sanity, so I approve his goat, delay.
Vicky had, that's why you should follow me on Twitter or join the Discord where I update every time I go live almost. When I remember it. Is Hive still on today again? No, she finished yesterday. That's why we got out half an hour early from school yesterday, because it was too late to call a new witness. But the rumor has it, and I saw Betero talk about it, and I think he, even though he has no connection, I think he has a finger in the ground in Kenton, and he's saying Bukaki might come up today. And again, yeah. Connie Marie, thank you so much. I like doing them. It's not big factual recaps. You can go to Mo. She takes all the notes. I'm just more touchy-feely.
No, yesterday was like, y'all, I don't know. There is a pizza waffle somewhere around here. That's about all I got. I did 3 pages of notes. Usually I'm on like 15.
And if anyone is living close to the expert, go kick his door in and say, hey, your stream is stuck.
Oh, no.
It's been stuck for a while. Just take my bad word jar money now. Well, Kelly, I will put it in the swear jar. If Bukaki comes up and they are going to do the trick they tried last year and say, well, he was the co-lead, so we don't need Michael Proctor because the state won't be calling Michael Proctor. Will they razzle-dazzle him? Because last year he did better than... because the interview ended and he went home and then he kind of got better. I can't remember if we hit a weekend or we just had a day off or something like that. But he came back and he was stronger. And they've had a year to prep him. And again, if they're going to bring up his bad history, he got 3 days suspension. It's nothing.
Yeah, that is true. I do think that the defense is going to have to call Proctor in order to really show how deep the rot went. Look, I know it's probably not going to be popular, but I wish they would just focus on the investigation and how lacking it was. I love the, Cantonspiracy. I love the Canton Triangle, but as someone taking notes and trying to follow this case, it's a lot more complication that we don't need.
He is a condescending D-bag. Hey, alles nur geglaubt. How are you doing? Again, I'm still so amazed with him. Imagine him sitting there and continuously translating it into German and try to... What? So der Pepperoni-Pizza war aus dem heißen... unter der heißen Lampe und dann würde ich Pfannkuchen haben, aber ich habe auch... I would be... I'm confused and I don't even translate it into Danish.
I confused trying to translate, written words into English, and English is my only language.
Look who's here. Oh, get better soon. Yeah, everyone's kind of getting a cold now.
Morning, everybody.
I'm listening to you, so I get it in my ear sometimes. So I just need to listen to more German, then I can speak it again. Defense should be able to close all loops they open up during cross in this case, in their case in chief. I would agree with Mo that get out of the third party. I've said that before. The third party culprit is great for everyone online. Who did it? We all want to be Mr. Magoo and solve the crime.
Personally,
I don't know if...
I believe we should get past this 227 thing. I think she did it, but we have so much more. We have so much more. We have this investigation that was terrible, and we have the ARCAs. ARCA people are going to come in and tell us it's not physically possible.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, stick to that and go harder on the Bowden defense, that it was a shitty defense. Stop doing this guy, because I think that'll turn into a 3-card Monday as well, where everyone is thinking, what the hell's happening? It just gets too overwhelming.
And especially the way the prosecution is doing the witness, like I said, I'm going to probably have to go back and reorganize my notes while we're on verdict watch just to make sense of it.
Good luck.
Can you do something to your mic so it doesn't sound like
I was looking the other way.
Can you do something to your mic so it doesn't sound like you're in a church?
Probably not.
It's very, maybe it's StreamYard just need, but it's very, very loud.
Loud?
Yeah, you get all the ambient.
Yeah, it's like you're getting the background noises too.
Oh yeah, you're like gain and stuff. Yeah.
Turn my volume down a little.
Oh, way better. And then I'll yell at you again in 5 minutes when you think, oh, I'm gonna roll back and sit over by the window.
My bad, y'all.
Well, that's apparently Masato says Hank has one juror on his side. Again, we can guess. I saw her do a rundown yesterday where it looked like kind of half and half, who paid attention, who took notes, but it's a clip in time. And we don't know how people react because Mo has to write everything down. I took notes for about 10 minutes of the opening, and then I don't know where I put my notepad after that because I got angry. And I just put it up here. And it's different how you react. And again, I have this very...
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the cause.
I have a silly question. In my city, I see a lot of people looking to rent goats for their weeds. They just get the tops, not the roots. How often would I need to hire a goat to keep the weeds down? It depends, right? Depends how much property, how many goats. Long answer, shorter. If you leave them there long enough, they will kill everything. They will eat everything. There will be no weeds left to grow. Usually they do it like every... I don't even know, actually. I don't know how often they do it. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea. I know that my goats left alone in a fenced-in area will keep it pretty mowed down. I don't have a better answer for you, Kathy. I'm sorry. Thank you for the super chat, though.
Jessica Thomas, maybe... I don't know if this could be a router problem, but YouTube have been acting up a lot the last week.
Commonwealth of
Yeah, you have to keep
Massachusetts.
refreshing.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Jurors. This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to
She's
ask
proud of herself for starting on time.
to follow my instructions and refrain from-
God,
No, there's no,
participation trophies suck.
And once
No
again,
need for sidebar today.
Are you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or know anything about this case since we left? No, everyone's acknowledged objections.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Cromwell calls Yuri Buchanan.
Bukaki.
Hey,
has arrived.
Bukaki!
Yuri!
How did nobody make the urine connection with his name? How did we get to Bukaki first? Why can't we have a
Because
urine by
Jen McCabe said Bukaki.
No,
be
it was
fair-
Julie Albert. It was Julie,
Julie
Albert.
Albert said. Oh, yeah, she's the really horse-faced woman.
Yeah. That's Jill Daniels' sister.
I do. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record? My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenike.
K-K-A-K-E.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently
Well, damn swear jar funds. Thank you, Jemima.
Yeah.
assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Yeah, we don't care.
Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How
No,
old were
he
you when you
stayed.
immigrated?
I was
No,
9
he's
years
in
old
Ukraine
when my
right
family
now.
moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Why does this matter?
Through high
Why does it
school?
matter where he
Yes.
was born?
It's that stupid, and they should be told. Can we just? It's okay that you lay foundation with his education, but
Let's start
stop
from
doing
birth.
this crap. It doesn't matter that he's from Kiev, Ukraine, because other than there's a war going on, no one know where it is, or Liev, or wherever he was born.
I know where it is. I played Risk.
Tell us what you did after high school.
You played Risk. That's probably a good. Maybe we should play that with the expert. Oh,
Ooh.
Albania is not next to Alberta.
To be fair, Georgia
high school,
always confuses me.
I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
We don't care.
It was right after 9/11, and my
Dear
friends and I.
Lord.
'Cause he
Yeah,
wanted his
objection.
citizenship.
Finish this section. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended military police school.
So he just testified that he has been hated his entire life
Pretty
because
much.
I never
Pretty
met
much.
an MP who wasn't an asshole.
Okay, but to be fair, his last name probably got him. Look, he had an axe to grind since middle school. Let's be real. Because in Ukraine, he probably wouldn't have been made fun of for that name. But here in Massachusetts,
I'm just saying that MPs are not my favorite people.
At Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military
Leonard
service,
Wood.
did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires
First
a
duty
top secret
station?
Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential
That
Helicopter
is a
Squadron
special assignment.
is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How many
They're
ladies
all
have I used
neat.
that? Yeah, I
They're
hate that.
all
Well,
need to
I
know.
could tell you, but it's on the need to. You can be the lowest level of security, and you can technically not even tell what type of ammunition you use in your weapon, because a civilian don't have the right to be told that.
who sees this pause face and gives him any national secrets?
Sadly, Karen Reed gave this smoochy mood. No, that's not him. That's Brian Higgins. But again, everything is, I work. I'm cleared to NATO secret. It's the highest you can be on deployment. I didn't do anything. I didn't learn anything. Why would anyone tell me anything? But it sounds really cool. Maybe I should use that in the States. Hey, girl.
I'm putting it on my LinkedIn profile.
Yeah, I know a guy who knows NATO secrets.
If I'm being completely
How
honest,
long were you in the military?
it's an impressive duty, right? The Marine
Yeah.
One aspect.
Yeah.
That's an impressive duty station. But doesn't mean he was squared away or anything. It just means he looked good in the uniform and he could stand at attention real well. That's all it means.
I spent my enlisted time playing music for the Royals almost every day. That's pretty impressive too,
Ooh.
because
It is.
that's special honors and all of that. But we were probably the worst soldiers you could get because we didn't do any military training.
Yeah,
We
this
just
dude,
looked
I
good.
wouldn't. My bad.
Yeah, we just looked good and could march in strange formations.
Yeah, I wouldn't want this guy in a foxhole with me. Like, I don't want him to cover my back in a firefight.
Baker, do you guys do the funny march? And I only ask because, and not that funny march from Europe, but I was watching the India-Pakistan border thing, and they do like skipping and jumping and high kicks. So is
No,
that a thing?
that's a tradition they had from the last, well, not the last, one of the last border wars, where they determined to show strength that way. We don't do that.
Oh.
We do the slow march, the kick slide. That's about the weirdest thing we do. But we do
I'm
have
adding
things where we
pirouettes
have.
to the Americas when I'm Empress.
Yeah, but do like the guards in Greece. They have this high kick, and they slip on their ass all the time.
Very far.
That
4
would be
years.
my
When did
regimen
you-
right
when
there.
were you discharged from
Found
the
my
Marines?
people.
What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
No, I was
Yes.
Marine. I was not.
After you were
Royal Guard.
honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments,
I used to
ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member.
He immigrated when he was 9 years old. That's why so he was a naturalized citizen of America.
And then in 2011, I
He
transitioned.
might not have been.
Well,
Might not have been.
Well, he could have gotten his green card by joining up as well. Yes, I
Yeah.
did miss your comment, but I hope you'll enjoy your coffee.
From Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Minus Proctor.
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
Technically, he was born in Russia because he's 40 plus, so he's born in USSR.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office,
Ukraine
is
didn't
that,
get independence until
routine, or
90
is
or
it by
91.
statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called a homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, did you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious there was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, et cetera.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals.
This is what we call kind of just smoothing off the edges, so no one really had any. It's just, well, some guys just sitting with a pen and just writing stuff, and he's the case officer that day. Next day, I'm the case officer, but it's a team effort because Proctor wasn't the lead investigator.
We have seen this from nearly every professional witness that has come up for the state, even if they were formerly, the lead paramedic who writes the report. Well, look, it's a collaborative effort. It's a group project. Everyone contributed. No, I told this person, well, it's not my fault that, it wasn't written down. All of that is just, I wonder if the jury's going to notice it, because we're noticing it, but we're also looking for it.
Yeah, because we know that why he's doing it is to hide that bukkake. But they could sit and say, "Oh yeah, everyone did their part. It's a great thing." I don't know.
To work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately, people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their
Fired is a weird one to throw in there.
Why couldn't they be available to testify if they're fired? Let's just hear that again, because I don't think people didn't catch that one.
Line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony. Or
pray tell who was fired, sir. Good sir.
Yes.
Wait, why would that
it.
prevent him from testifying, though?
We already had one retired officer testify. Why can't fired people testify? Oh, it's because when they're going to bring in the and say the state didn't call this guy. Well, he was fired, so we couldn't call him.
Be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the research.
Oh my God, they're really...
He's really trying.
So we did a shitty investigation because we don't have enough officers. It's not our problem.
Also, why is he excusing Proctor? Again, if I am on the police force, Proctor is my number one speed bump. Like, I am taking the bus and it is, on the Proctor tour.
Because Proctor is the Bowden defense. If Proctor did a bad investigation, the investigation is bad. So everything he did is bad. Tully and Proctor are the tree that bears the poison fruit. So if you admit they are bad, your entire investigation was crap. Your entire investigation should not have led to this trial.
Also, it could have been Yuri just as easily as it was Proctor, right? Yuri could have been the one without a job right now, just as easy as Michael Proctor.
Yeah.
It just happened that the cards fell that way instead of his way.
Yes, they are setting up to not call Michael Proctor because, hey, you can't call a fired guy.
Come on, retired guy. They threw retired and fired in the same. And
Yeah.
it's
Based
such
on
a-
his actions in this specific case, you can't call that guy. That'd be a
No,
terrible
it's
idea.
almost impossible. You can
Ugh.
call a homeless hobo as a witness, but you can't call a fired police officer. Yep.
Well, he's trying to
Sources
say
aren't
he
available
might
for-
not be available.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is
You find any nudes on Val's phone yet? Haven't looked.
made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes, before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's
Who's
a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in a snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I'm not sure they can mention it's an officer because that could be unduly prejudicial against Karen Reed.
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, And I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning, we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
They were all over
They
it.
didn't decide that. They weren't like, oh, we got to back off.
They might have said it, but we know all of them were involved in it. They were at the scene when the search team was there. Come on now.
They totally took a step back and then helped in every single aspect of the investigation after that.
Even keeping the car at their garage. But they did. Is there a log of them showing the evidence to this guy? Did he sign for the evidence? No. Probably not.
We don't need to worry about that. Nah. Who needs an evidence log?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can.
Oh, we'd hate for that to
make
happen.
others' life
That'd
easier.
be terrible.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them,
did we ever know who had his cell phone in the first trial?
I don't believe so.
Now he said he got it from Sergeant Goody when he arrived at the station. No one knew Sergeant Goody had the phone, and we didn't know who had it at the last trial.
Carrie, I think the closest she ever came was said that she handed it to a cop. She didn't know who. I don't remember.
A cop or a first responder. She said, I handed it to a first responder. That's how she put it. And again, thank you so much for your service, sir. You picked up the slack when budgetary reasons, because you have to have cops making $500,000 a year, so you can't have detectives enough. But you picked up
they were
the
worried
slack.
about overtime.
For $500,000, I'd be the only state trooper there, and with a smile on my face, I'd do every goddamn thing. Yep. Okay.
I'm a team player. If there's more than 6 guys lined up and step in and receive, no.
Where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific
Not all,
other
no,
information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
He didn't say that.
Did you hear that?
Target at this point.
Did you hear what he just said, though?
Conclusions about your investigation.
She was questioning whether she hit him, not that she hit him. That she was questioning whether she hit him.
He didn't say that's why they were interested in her, because this guy still believed this was a DV.
Yeah, didn't they think that she had launched the cocktail glass at him? Or
Yes.
Or I guess bottled him?
Yeah.
Investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they didn't go to the crime scene. Remember that? They went to the McCabe residence. So they never went to Fairview 34. The lead detectives never went to the crime scene.
Got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see
He
him
looks a
specifically?
little
I wanted to see the injuries
the
for
last
myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not. No.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience
trial
important
judges.
in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated.
I'm
and
actually
where
not
he
sure.
Remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital, and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual.
Mr.
There was medical
Proctor.
staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also
How?
Why? He
Since when
arrived
do
at
dead people
he-
bleed.
He arrived at 10:44 at the hospital. John
Proctor was
O'Keefe
pronounced
had
dead
been
at 7:50, or O'Keefe had been pronounced dead at 7:50 a.m.
he would have been cleaned up, put in a clean bed, so the family didn't have to go in and see that. You don't have a dead body, a deceased
room.
body. You can
He's
have it in the
adding-
room so
he's
the
adding
family
to-
can go in and say goodbye.
Yeah, but you
But
don't
you-
have the
you clean
clothes on
them.
the floor. Yeah, you don't have all of that. They have quiet rooms where you can go say goodbye.
He
But
couldn't have bled.
yeah.
No.
but could
he-
it have unfrozen enough to seep out? I mean, I know he's
In
not
3
actively
hours?
bleeding.
Well,
It
once
could,
you pass
but
away,
then-
the blood stops flowing.
Yeah, if there was some blood stuck in the cranial area, yes, it could have seeped out if it was just frozen right under the skin. So of course it could. Couldn't be a pooling of blood under his head.
It definitely wouldn't have been a pool.
Remember, he's been dead for 6 hours. He lost 3 liters of his 6 liters of blood. So half his blood is gone already before he arrives at the hospital.
Yeah, why do we have to do this? It's already horrific. I mean, to begin with, why do we have to try to make it seem worse? The jury's already going to see pictures. Why do we have to put these theatrics on?
Well, he's adding information because he didn't say this last time.
But again, this is... They didn't clean your father up before I went in to see him, but my mother still had the tube out of his mouth and everything. Then you went in right after. Because if you're going in to see a deceased 3 hours after they have passed away, they stop working on him.
If a hospital has a deceased body laying there and hasn't cleaned it up in 3 hours, you need to find a different hospital, y'all.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going in, you know, and saying goodbye and watching the machine get unplugged. Like, this person has been moved probably to a different room by now. They should be cleaned up. They should be almost out of the hospital, right? Like, the hospital should be processing them to go to the morgue. Like, this should be a different...
Well, doesn't the hospital have its own morgue? I mean, I'd imagine...
It depends on the hospital or whatever, but yeah. But like,
well, like cold storage. I'm not trying to be graphic. But
you wouldn't put him in cold storage if the family had been there to see him. But again, first, if there was any blood, it would have been a little bit of seeping when the blood, if there was some stuck in the wound, there wouldn't be bleeding.
There wasn't even a pool of blood at the scene where they found him. Why would there be a pool of blood after the fact in a hospital bed?
It doesn't make sense.
I think he's being
well,
theatrical.
If they're calling people in, I mean, I can understand maybe they didn't clean anything up because the cops are there. This is weird circumstances. I don't know.
They may not have cleaned it up if they told them it was a potential crime. I just find that very unlikely because it's 3 hours later. 3 hours.
Yeah,
Why do you need the lead investigators to come there? And then you would have the coroner come there first. And why would you let the family see the deceased before? Because he was dead before anyone arrived from the family. He was instantly declared dead when he arrived. And another thing, when he came in, if they were working on him, he would be in their crash unit. When they come in, they're not going into the crash unit and looking at a table while they are trying to resuscitate that fentanyl overdose right next to them. He would have been moved into another room where they could have some privacy. They could say a prayer. They could, well, I don't know if you do that in America, but when we went out and turned off the machine with my dad, when the machine stopped, they opened the window so the soul can leave. And just as a little ritual. I know that's different when it's a planned death, but still, it's just weird.
Well, yeah, it might be different because of the situation.
When my sister ended from full body failure, when we went to see her, she was in a bed and was covered to her neck.
Yeah, so you don't have, because if you don't know it, your sphincters all over the body will relax when you die. It's not a pretty sight.
No,
swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region, to me, through my training experience. I took that as a subject.
Not to medical, not to any medical.
Oh, they didn't do that? That's a nice little thing.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you
Yes.
specifically?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very, very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You would first.
There was no cuts to the right of his knee.
There's
There
no
was
cuts or scrapes on the knee.
there was a slight reddening of the skin.
Described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know
He
about
didn't
what
say
time
that
it
at
was
first,
that you
though.
visited Mr. O'Keefe
No.
and made these observations?
He just said
It was
that
sometime
it was all in
between
the right eye.
12:30,
and then
1
had to
o'clock,
be
and 2 o'clock, I would
into
assume.
saying both eyes.
You mentioned that there was
That seems
pooling on the back of
strange.
Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them.
Why all of this unnecessary filler?
To make them look like the goodest investigating team ever.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, but pungent scenes and its smell, and we can taste. Yeah, you can taste a crackhead that's been lying dead in a house for 2 weeks. You can't smell a body that's 80 degrees and isn't decomposing really. His bowels might have vented itself, but it would have done that at Fairview. So yes, the clothes would smell bad, but there's puke in his clothes. Did you figure out how that got there?
Mm-hmm.
Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you?
You didn't believe
But you
it was a
didn't look in the
vehicle strike
house.
at the time, you fucking idiot.
He said it. He just said at this time he started believing it was a vehicle strike. Once he realized the shoe was missing, is basically what he's saying here.
But that's because that's what Proctor said last year. You are always knocked out of your shoe when you're hit by a car. Always.
They didn't care enough to go look for it, though. He didn't go to the scene to look for it. He didn't go to and look inside the house.
Are they trying to get around the coroner? They won't be calling the coroner. They have their own ME brain specialist who will testify. They won't be calling Squatty Bellow.
And Jason JJJ, simple. They want people to believe that they have a dangerous job. Hint, they don't. Not even ranked in the top 20 most dangerous jobs in the US. Yeah, I think this is so going to Jason's point, I think all of this, I have to run into danger. I've seen all these terrible things, is supposed to kind of engender that sympathy that a lot of people have for police officers, for good first responders who have to see all these terrible things. It's trying to link them to the more noble aspects of police, and service, at least in my opinion.
And Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conference with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. System.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe, yourself, and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him. And that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
So the prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where?
But you didn't. You didn't go to see her till 2 hours later. This is at noon, and they didn't go to Denham till 2:30, where they already decided it was a car strike without seeing the car.
Where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Yeah, who's his boss?
Did you learn about or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line.
No one have ever said that before, that this is the reason why. Last time it was because he was missing a shoe, they believe she was hit by a car. He was hit by a car. They didn't say that they were told, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So he changed his testimony again.
Of statements. I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, but he didn't mention it last year.
At one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight. Based on information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just want to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
This is such a stupid criminal that when she was hiding the murder weapon at her parents' house, she gave the police the address. I can't with these officers with the smartest, dumbest criminal in history. she's so smart that she hides from them. She takes away the murder vehicle from Clearview to leave it in Dedham in full view of everyone, and she tells the police, this is where I'm going to be. Oh, fuck me.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniform presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, it would probably estimate to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael...
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed. Okay. As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made...
So, of course, as the diligent, very professional detective, you took out your cell phone that you always carry with you, walked straight up to the car and started taking pictures, so no one 3 years later would try and imply that evidence was planted at the scene. Right?
An observation of a large piece.
It was snowing bigger. His phone wouldn't work.
Did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Sorry.
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car of the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
It
Did you ever
snowed.
touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When we went inside, I saw Mr. Reed.
So her consciousness of guilt was so big that they didn't say, hey, come back with a search warrant and my lawyer will be present so you can talk to her. But remember, her Googling DUI attorney is evidence she killed John O'Keefe. Just for those who are new to the case.
Mrs. Reed and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times.
Can you identify her?
Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out, describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
So the team approach should also get the team fired, right?
You would think.
Oh, that's a long sidebar.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm not
give
asking
a
for
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room. You're beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer.
Okay.
After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote.
Quote, end quote. You were just given an instruction that it was for the jury to determine later.
Once she
Not
provided
to
us with the
mention,
fact that
this
she dropped him off
department
and
has
never saw him
struggled with paraphrase versus verbatim.
Yeah.
So,
go in the house. She was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation?
Just trying to help you.
Yes,
Like,
it did.
oh, that
Yeah.
seems weird.
After the
Everything
conversation
you say,
concluded,
Cannon, will be
what
used
was your
against
next
you.
step?
So never talk to
Once the
police.
conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not know.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
What is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
Tracy, you don't know if you have 1 juror or 12 jurors on the side of. Remember, it's just someone who is looking at people and trying to guess what's in their head. Every 18 could right now sit there and think she's absolutely guilty. But you don't know. What you're doing right now is body language. No one knows what the jury is thinking. Mercado has her view of it. If you go to Sue Boston, I think it's roughly 75% of the jury who doesn't like the defense team. All of it is taken out of context. It's reading someone's mind, and it's heavily influenced by the bias the reporter has. So don't do this. I'm so afraid that they planted someone on the jury. You don't know. You won't know. And
No.
none of the reporters who have written that this is what happens has any knowledge of why. I saw someone describing it as ping pong movement yesterday. It could be that, why the hell is Alessi asking this nice lady? Someone could be rolling their eyes because they thought the pizza was a really good analogy. I understood it clearly. Why doesn't Alessi understand it? You don't know. So everyone telling you they know what the jury is thinking, always do the same thing, that every time someone tells you, I know what people are thinking because they're sucking their lip or touching their eyebrow. They don't know. They just say it because you will then sit and think, oh, they are smart people. I can tell you without 100% doubt of anything, the way Yuri Bukaknik's missing front teeth is sucking in his overlip means absolutely nothing. And it means everything. And everything in between. Body language is bullshit. No one knows what people are thinking. You need hours, if not days, of baseline to read someone's mind. And no one knows what anyone on the jury is thinking. Someone might be laughing because they think the defense is idiots, or witnesses are idiots. So please, just because someone puts it on Twitter, it's not true. It's an observation they made yesterday. They made a different observation the days before. It's just everything is being blown from one feather into 5 chickens, as we say in Denmark. Don't worry about it.
As we won't say.
Know.
From one feather into 5 chickens?
Yeah, it means you overblow everything. You call it overthinking in America. Because it's a little detail that no one knows what is, but everyone is talking about it.
Mountain into a molehill is what we would use.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's the other way around.
Well, I'm
5
dyslexic.
feathers into 1 chicken. Okay.
Yeah,
I like that
one
better.
feather into 5 chickens, Jamie.
Why are
Please
you
get it
blowing
right.
feathers into chickens? What is happening?
We are making 1 feather into 5 chickens. It means that it's an absolutely ridiculous little detail because everyone is talking about it. It becomes everything. You should get some better sayings in America. You are the worst people in the world.
I love it. I love it.
My next book will be Americans should learn to make very smart sayings so you can understand everything, like the Danes. It means you are overblowing a small statement taken at a fraction of a time that no one knows is true.
Baker,
and I've seen it. It's just.
I call shenanigans. There is no cat in this saying, and I know how cat-based people you are. Why did we allow a chicken-based saying in a cat-based economy?
Where do you think the feather came from? The cat killed the chicken.
Fair point.
But it's the same with the shoe yesterday. Now, like last year, everyone is blowing up. It's the wrong shoe. If you claim that the defense missed that part, then the defense is the worst defense team ever. They must have checked it. They wouldn't miss it, especially 1 year later after everyone talked about it last year. So, again, just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true. On the internet, I am also measured out to be 5 inches.
Oh my God.
There is nothing more annoying than people trying to read my mind based on my expressions in the course of my day. Just don't do it. You will be wrong.
Exactly.
I can completely agree with this. The other day, for example, I don't remember what I was thinking about. It was something to do with YouTube or something. Ms. Valhalla said something to me mid-thought, and I looked at her, and she thought I had the angriest expression on my face, and she had no idea why I was mad at her. I wasn't. I didn't even register what she asked me for a second. I had to have her repeat it. I was completely elsewhere in my brain. I didn't even realize I had a mad face on. Didn't even realize.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
Thank you, Tammy.
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
It was a weird answer.
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
How dare you, Lesko?
A separate vehicle at that point.
That testimony.
From the
Did you
point
see Proctor manipulate the phone? I don't recall seeing Proctor manipulate the phone. Well, that's a weird way to answer that.
Jurors,
It
I'm
is a
going to
weird
strike
way.
the last portion of that testimony.
Yeah.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near?
I don't know how many of you follow Brandy on Twitter. You should all do it. She's been
Yes, you should.
comparing the steps, and funny enough, that entire morning kind of matches up with Jen McCabe's. So again, it's Schrodinger's phone. Who did she turn it over to? Was it someone at the scene or someone at her house?
Near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my... I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview? You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton Police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be Crime Scene Services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also serve as the Crime Scene Services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, I think AJ. I really hope AJ has learned his lesson from Jen. Don't beat a dead horse. Let Lefty beat the dead horses. And
He has to, though, if he's not getting the answers he wants. He has to.
no, because if you just get the answer, no, you just sound like an idiot. Move on and find another way to catch him. If you give them the opportunity to say, I heard she hit him 25 times, you are a fool to continue going down that route. I think still last Wednesday, AJ lost that round. Even though Jen went into full Jen mode, because he kept asking the same question and she got to say, she hit him.
Yeah.
She won that round.
Even after all that traveling, the little hair hung on for dear life. Yeah. The magic hair that could. That hair that lasted, what, 90 miles through blizzard weather?
You didn't saw? What were you doing?
Something like that. 70 miles.
Helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent.
Yeah, that's why don't give them the opportunity to do these pre-rehearsed speech things. You have to, as soon as you can see, okay, they're just going to say the same phrase over and I'm out of here. He was way better last Friday. Way better.
Yeah.
And I stated that as well. And we have to be critical of the defense as well as because last time it didn't work. The thing they thought would work. So they also have to learn from the first trial.
Well,
Yeah.
it was clunky at first, but he straightened it up and he got what he needed to do. But a lot of it had to do with the way Bev was.
She couldn't say it if he didn't keep asking the same question. It's his mistake.
That didn't help him very much.
But he knew going in, Bev was.
But also, we
was
have to
going have
understand that we're seeing it for the second time. So we already know the bombshells. We already know all this stuff. And they do too. So they know where he's going to go with things.
Yeah, but still,
It
when
does
you can
suck.
see you're stuck in a dead end where she just keeps saying things that sound bad for your client, you should be smart enough to say, well, I'm not going to get her to say something different. I'm moving on. And I think that was his problem. He went home, he reassessed, he calmed down, and he did way better on Friday. So that's again, we have to call strikes and balls equal, even if it's a little crooked to the left.
I don't know. I see a ball right
Anyone
now.
from coming near it and touching it.
With any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Did you hear how definitive he was there? When he was asked about the phone, it was I can't recall, but this was a super definitive. No, he did not.
Yeah, and did you invert a video so it alluded that he didn't do it? Let's get to that question. And
Don't
just
lie
to
under
take
oath, Yuri.
a totally different perspective to this, Kurt yesterday believed that things are going better for the prosecution. Currently projected odds of conviction at 2 out of 3. I hope I'm wrong. We will see how things develop. I don't know how Kurt gets there, but again, we are in our little echo chamber, so maybe we see things differently.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area?
Remember last year when they got him on that one? I think they had a weekend between his testimony, and then he went back and said, well, I didn't see anything at the Sally. I didn't. He couldn't really answer anything, and he forgot all the things that he had testified to earlier. There was something really weird about the Sallyport last year because he kind of alluded that he could have been close to the car, something like that. So, yeah.
Well, one of them is, right? In the one video, after we realized that it was inverted, somebody's standing back there.
It's Trooper Proctor. He forgot that it was Trooper Proctor. He couldn't recognize who was who in the video. That's how he did it. That's right. Because he changed his statement. That's me. That's Trooper Proctor. And then he couldn't remember it the next time they had him up.
In the Sallyport area, approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat.
I don't blame him.
And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, a heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, they had never been at Fairview 34. Again, it's one of those little misspeaks that you might catch him in. I don't know if it's enough to catch him on, but they never went to the crime scene.
Yes, I do.
Because the crime scene was the Sallyport.
And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3G.
Why do you need a registration?
We do that here. You got to pay
We do so
yearly
too,
fine.
but why do you need it in a trial to prove that it's Karen Reed's car?
Well,
It's not been disputed.
Oh, what?
I have never ever seen anywhere before that someone has gone to the motor vehicle office and said, "Hey, we need the title and registration for this car." Is it too?
To prove ownership. I mean,
I think he's.
But why? It's
I think-
not disputed.
Well, he's just
Yeah,
he's
but-
just listing the license plate
Yeah.
number, right? So it's just an identifier.
But why?
Yeah, or it could have the VIN number just to make sure it's actually the. I don't, Baker.
VIN
You're
number.
trying to
They
get me
can
to
just testify. They can just agree that it's her car. I don't think anyone has ever disputed that it's her car. Did the
They did
police
it
not
last
use
year,
leaf
too.
blowers? Who says that they did not use them to make it seem like there was more snow on the scene than there actually was? Well, if you go back and watch the snowblow video, there was no snow. But later in the day, after it had snowed a whole lot, there was more snow. Yeah, but you don't need to prove ownership. It's not in question that it's her car.
Well, they're
They can
probably
just
putting it
stipulate
on
to
the
that.
record.
They still gotta put the foundation in.
No,
Yeah.
you can just stipulate to you can just
Well,
stipulate.
maybe they don't want to stipulate.
Right.
Maybe they want them to prove it.
Yeah, maybe
Why are
the
you
defense
so
was like,
mad?
Yeah, it's
Why-
registration. I'm mad.
look,
Why are you so
It's
mad
for-
that he's
for
reading her
security.
license plate,
Family.
Baker? It's okay.
because he still didn't get a pizza, damn it, and he can't find a cat for, weather.
Of all the things in this trial, that's
Part
the
of your
least of
continued
my
investigation,
worries.
did you have an
The
opportunity to
least of our
obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that
I think it
were
did.
included statements of
I think it
the
did.
defendant?
Yes, I did.
I think.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton district attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
3 days later.
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each
Are they
item
holding hands?
I removed
Is
and
this
laid
the
out
buddy
onto
system where you
that
have to hold
butcher
hands so
paper
you
to
don't
dry.
get lost?
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why
Oh
did
my
you lay
God.
out the clothes?
He's trying so hard to be like, I was with him 24/7.
Each clothing item needs to
Could've
dry
never.
naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve.
Alan Jackson.
Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone? Nobody
What
watching?
hoodie
Yes.
takes several days to
Were those
dry? Like that
clothes
thin ass
ultimately moved from that
material?
area?
Ultimately, they were
Several
moved. Yes.
Did you
days?
personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they did not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your
Let's
memory of what items
see
they are?
them because he has them with
It
him.
was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning
Can
with
we
the pants.
ask
do you
about
have
the
them with you
blood
on
on
the
it?
stand? Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Mhm.
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
From
Do you have
Please
them in
take
your
them from your
pocket as
suit.
well? Oh,
holy crap, what is this? What is this magic? A box with gloves in it already? What is this sorcery?
Oh.
actually, this is correct procedure because it'll go into the evidence locker not at the lab. The lab would get it way later. But the problem is they put it in this secure area that everyone had access to because it was the intermediate evidence locker, which everyone at the station had access to. They just forget that
Staging
little
area,
part.
I think he said the last time. I think they called it.
Yeah,
the staging area
they
or
left it on a
something.
table outside of the evidence locker. So, but it's normal that you'll keep evidence at the police station till the lab have time to check it. It doesn't automatically go to the lab the next second.
No, and if you remember in other trials, they have these like witnesses that say, I bagged it, and then that's basically all they testify to. It's establishing a chain of custody as well. So
But we don't
in
do
theory,
that, Ken.
in theory, you are to believe that no one else touched this because he can now take
I move this
scissors.
item into evidence.
And Anime Rumpy has
The court permission, I'd
solved,
ask, the trooper to show the item
solved
to the jury.
the pig DNA. They got the butcher's paper from the butcher.
Thank you.
If it laid on a table and air dried, it must have smelled really moldy.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is this wizardry? Taking off our gloves and not sticking them into our suit to use for later when I dye my hair?
Did you
All
learn
right,
during your
there's something that I have
conversations
to
with
point
certain
out
other members
also,
of the team?
and it's silly, and I know it's silly, but I'm going to point it out anyway. Okay, I was all impressed with this suit, right? Well coordinated, looks good. You have to unbutton your damn jacket when you sit down, Yuri. You only button your jacket when you stand up. When you sit down, unbutton the jacket. That's why you're getting all those weird wrinkles all around your waist. You should
This
know.
is a man who flew special presidential helicopter service, who probably spent more time straightening out his uniform than oiling his weapon. He should know that you'll snap it when you sit down.
He should.
Yeah.
That a sneaker was found.
He's getting
at
a weird
3430?
shoulder.
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker. One.
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You want to move this item into evidence?
Remember your gloves. You took your gloves off. You took your gloves off.
Could I have the court's
Meh,
permission?
we only needed it for the first one.
Meh, Proctor will be there telling him, reminding his battle buddy, like, battle buddy, don't forget your gloves.
Why doesn't he just keep them on if he's going to keep asking other stuff?
Is he having a semi today, like the day he arrested Karen Reed? Maybe he was the gas pump guy, never near the president. Could be.
That could be.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 3430.
Can I say one thing if we're going into the shoe conspiracy? He was laying out in a prepped road area, right? Or this was laying in a prepped road area.
Marissa says the defense team confirmed yesterday it is the same shoe.
Yeah. Or else they would have raised it way before. They wouldn't have gone 2
100%.
years.
No,
but
but
can I say
where is
one
all
thing
the
about
salt?
this shoe? Where is all the salt? Yeah. There should be, this area should have salt on it. Because
It was found in the road after plows had gone down the road several times.
yeah, and they said they had prepped the road before the snowfall. I think they said they had been out prepping the road. But there should be salt for... It's the same... The missing water particles in her tail light is also one of those little things that make you go, I hope the defense... I don't think they are going to argue this because it was found at the scene, but especially the tail light is one of the things that I would point out.
Can I have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from
I actually had a Nike shoe with a black sole like that. It was the cheap version.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in bed and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
They showed the wrong shoe. These people are
That looked
morons.
like
It's the same shoe that they showed yesterday. He was supposed to show the right shoe or the other shoe, and he pointed out the same one from Fairview.
Oh. Well, we are on break.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's something with the shoe last year as well that I can't remember.
That looked like unless the camera's inverted again.
Could be inverted camera. I will not rule it out.
Jessica Machado says, Bukaki is getting John's genes out of the evidence bag at this time. Every juror is watching except one. She's putting who is looking through their notes. Brennan brought out the evidence bag with the sneaker over the sidebar. The court clerk left the room and came back with another evidence bag. It appears to be the evidence bag with the shoe from yesterday. They have opened the bag from yesterday at the sidebar, and Brennan is showing the defense what's inside. They are looking into the bag. Jackson is holding a bag. Brennan is holding a bag. Court is in recess for half an hour.
Oh, for the love of all that is Cheetos.
As Jamie would say, geez, oh, Pete's.
Did they lose a shoe?
Well, no, but they have two. Do they have two of the same left or right?
Shoegate.
Oh, gosh. Please let it be two of the right, and we can just call this trial and be done. So I don't have to listen
lying.
I'll take 2 weeks off before I'm going to Knoxville, and it'll be nice. Get in my garden and go look at houses and do all the stuff I need to do.
Gonna
No,
tan.
you're not allowed, Baker.
I'm gonna tan so I look like Jen McCabe when I show up.
I doubt it.
To be fair, I just put on 100-watt bulb and I'll get a sunburn.
You just gotta get yourself some self tanner. Oh.
Mo, that would be like me
Feathered
saying,
out.
well, I'm going to lose enough weight so I look like Jill Daniels. It's not going to happen.
Jill Daniels is Julie Albert's sister and
Is
looks
she
like
the one that yelled out in front, looked kind of like Sarah Boone in like some bright orange running shorts for some reason?
she pulled up on Turtle Boy and like parked the car in the middle of the street and was screaming at him and hit his phone. And I think she actually got charges
I was
for that.
this close getting a brown wig yesterday and coming as Jen McCabe today. But then I realized that would do nothing to bolster. I can go to Knoxville all by my own self. Sanity, please. So,
well, I'll just say those two sisters, the Russians found people in early 1945 in certain camps that looked more healthy than those two girls. They look absolutely horrendous. But can we just, while we're talking about those two sisters, no one could drive in Canton, and Bukaki was out shoveling in anticipation he might get a call. Who had no problem driving?
Any of the women involved in this case?
Yeah.
No, even more specific. Who went to Fairview 34 and left donuts? Had no problem leaving donuts in a frozen car because she's an asshole. Because, like my grandma said, it's the steam from cold coffee that makes you pretty. But, yeah, it doesn't give any steam. You got it right.
Okay, well, I was just making sure. Look, I have heard sayings, and every time I think, oh, maybe this could be what it means, you're like, no. Duh, stupid American. It of course means this to anyone who understands gravity. And I'm like,
well, she always said it because she forgot to drink her coffee when she poured it. And then she said, doesn't matter, it's cold because it's the steam from cold coffee that makes you pretty.
I like that saying. That is a cute one.
Yeah, she was a cute old lady.
Well, as
she
a
sadly
mom, you
passed
never
away
get a
right
hot
after
cup
she
of
saw me in
coffee.
uniform. It's almost like she just waited for that. That was weird. Yeah, and who leaves donuts to freeze in a car? That story I couldn't do. I couldn't get that to square in my head. And I think if the jury picked up on, because I didn't know that before. And when I heard it, it instantly just embedded in my head. Why would you leave Dunkin' Donuts, which is subpar bakery goods already, in a cold car so it'll get frozen, even though they do reheat their donuts. It's not freshly made. And cold
Never hot.
coffee.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They're
just.
You didn't know that? They found out in 2021, I believe, Dunkin'
I feel
employee.
like my life has been a
Maybe
lie.
it was Krusty Kreme, the other one. But one of them came out and said, well, yeah, we just take out the frozen ones and heat them. And what did the company say? We keep up with the standard. Yeah, which is really subpar. But if every police officer couldn't drive and it took them 45 minutes to do a 5-minute drive, how could an emaciated, horse-faced woman drive to Dunkin', pick up the
Keep
normal
Sarah
funny
Jessica
order,
Parker out of this.
and go to Fairview and try to put it in the front seat, and then her sister comes out and say, "Hey, come in, something bad happened."
Yeah, that doesn't pass the sniff test.
Did Baker
Yeah,
write
also-
the line in ROP?
Rings of Power about the stones being like a boat. Okay.
Oh, I
so,
don't watch shitty television, so I haven't
No,
watched
but it
Rings
is
of Power.
epically stupid. The line from that movie or from that show.
Oh yeah, and something like stones are
Boats float because they look at the light, and stones sink because they look at the darkness below.
and you say my sayings are weird when I talk about making
No,
one
I
feather
have
into
That's not
hated
a
that
saying.
show. It's not a saying.
That's
No
not
one
a
would say
saying.
that.
That's just
Only
a
dumb Hollywood
stupid-
people think that's
Yeah.
deep and enlightened. That's because
Yeah.
it's a miracle they don't drown on their own spit, forgetting to swallow.
If they leave their door unlocked, why does she need to leave them in a car? Well, it was a normal joke. But if he has a birthday the 29th of January, it's always cold at his birthday. Why would you leave cold donuts? Wouldn't you go over there when he was awake and give him breakfast donuts? It's not like it's
Makes no sense
Valhalla
to
who
me.
won't take me to Waffle House. Come on now. That's why I have to rent a car this time, so I can go and experience the Waffle House experience.
The joys of
Ooh.
Waffle House.
Waffle House, White Castles, we'll get you all squared away with.
I wish we had White Castle down here.
So they
No,
leave the house
you
door
only
open at night.
rent
Also,
White
their cars
Castle.
too. Yeah, that's another thing. Why would you leave your car doors open?
Yeah, I thought he was a
Well,
cop.
Let's
I don't lock my
be
car.
honest. You'd have to be stupid to break
Jamie,
into
your
the
car is in a
Albert's house.
garage.
No, you'd have to be the smartest person ever because any crime, committed on that front lawn cannot be solved by anyone. That is the best place to do a crime. Especially when it's snowing. Just wait for the next snowstorm.
Yes, she's going to leave a cold cup of coffee and frozen donuts because,
That does make no sense.
well, I
Well,
only have
coffee
a few.
makes no sense. Donuts I can whatever about, but coffee makes no sense. Why would you? Make the
Jimmy,
effort to buy a hot coffee to give some to somebody?
Why
to
why
in
put
somebody's car?
why put donuts in a car that's below freezing? That
Yeah,
it makes
don't
no sense.
really.
That story
have
just
you
don't
met
make sense.
Coco? Do you want to see Coco
Mhm.
early in the morning, or do you want
Are
to
you
just
trying to
drive
analyze-
by and throw donuts at her house? Because
Any
I
of
can tell you
their
which one I'd be
decisions?
doing.
Well, Coco
I
was
mean-
happy that morning because she got the best 13 seconds of her life.
And had to share it with everybody, just butt dialing and humble bragging to everyone.
Oh, he's rocking my world right now. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to
Who
hang
was
up.
it?
It's done.
Wait, was it
Yep.
iced coffee or was it regular coffee? Like
Why
hot
would you
coffee?
bring
If it's
someone
hot
iced
coffee,
coffee
that's
We
during
dumb.
a
don't have the
blizzard?
order, Jamie. She just said, I always do it for his birthday. I leave Duncan in his car, which is a shitty move to do because it'll be cold when he gets out because I have a birthday in January as well. It's not a good time to leave piping hot coffee and freshly made donuts in a car. They will
it
be
was
really
iced coffee.
stale when you get out there.
Eh,
And if there's one thing I don't like, it's stale donuts. And Waffle
I
House
mean, if
is my
somebody's
dream.
going to bring me treats, I definitely don't want them left in my car. Just bring them to me.
Wouldn't freezing them though make them not stale?
No, because the
Yeah.
gluten will actually shorten, and that'll make and the water
So wait,
crystal that's
gluten is
caught in the
also
gluten
affected by cold.
will.
So when you're
That's
done
why
at
you
it,
don't
all
put
you
your
say
bread
it's
in
cold
your
outside?
fridge. If you put bread in your fridge, it'll go stale faster. That's why you'll toast your bread. It'll taste fresher because the gluten gets it
Everybody
likes
I
the
know
heat.
puts bread in their fridge. That's weird. I think
I
Yeah,
that's
but
put
some
it in the
people do it.
freezer.
yeah. Some people do.
I have some
all
bread
my
in my
family does
fridge. I have hamburger buns and I think 6-inch
Baker,
like
I have
hoagie rolls in the
6
fridge right now.
children. I have to buy 8 loaves of bread just to get through half a week. I put it in the freezer. Come at me, Dutch boy. I'm just done today. Like,
Oh,
look, we
yeah.
go through bread like we have never seen a bread product before. We can go through a loaf of bread in a morning. So yes, I buy a bunch and freeze them.
My mom used to
prepping
too.
was
It's
cool.
fine.
I can't go through it fast enough. I don't eat enough bread that I can go through a whole thing before it goes stale. So I got to keep it in the fridge. Also,
Yeah, like-
we used to go to the apple orchard and get apple cider donuts, and we would buy dozens of them and stuff them in the freezer, and then we would let them thaw and eat them throughout the year. They're delicious.
That's
How dare
why
you, sir?
I find
How
that.
dare you?
That's why I find it weird because my mom did that all the time. She'd buy a bunch of bread when it was on sale and put it in the freezer. Even milk, she would freeze milk, which I hated.
Hey,
It never,
I freeze milk.
it never
too.
unfreeze.
Again,
I know, but it never unfreezes properly. And
you have to shake it, and it's.
Let's turn attention to Betero. If these knuckleheads screwed up which shoe was where or otherwise screwed up the chain of custody or vouching process of the shoes in a case where the defense is that the cops are corrupt and or incompetent, there are no words. And let's discuss Bukaki's testimony about the need to visit and secure every scene where there could be evidence to make sure evidence isn't planted, tampered with, etc. Now explain why you decided after getting a few pieces of tail light on the Albert lawn to let the rest reveal itself over the course of 2 weeks. It's 3 weeks, sir. That's absurd. So
Get him, Betero.
Let's hope. Oh, it could be so much fun. And there was something with the shoe.
Yeah. And not to be not a team player, but if we have to have a half day, I am not going to be upset. It's supposed to storm here today. So I'm like, if I leave expeditiously, it's not because Baker and I have beef, even though I called him the wrong. He's a Denmarkian, not a Dutch person. So I apologize. Don't take me to The Hague.
So Trooper Keefe found the left shoe at Fairview and Bukaki has the right shoe from Fairview. Got it. Shit show. Well, if this ends early today, I'm getting a pepperoni pizza.
Could you imagine if this mistrials again? Oh my God.
It better not end
Oh my
early
God.
today. Like, let's get through this.
I don't know. I'm kind of with the retrial. Like, I don't know, but I think it would make me happy if I had to do a retrial.
Totally Russian is in Hague, so he can save you.
Thank you. Also, for all of the names I mispronounced in Mornings with Mo, I'm gonna need indulgences for those too.
They're Danish. Got it.
Not. What is missed? What is miss? I think. What did you miss? You missed that he was showing a shoe that apparently was the wrong shoe. So probably just a technicality in their chain of custody, but if it's just, oh, we wrote the wrong sticker, Bev will say, yeah, that'll be fine. Thank you, Louise, for giving a $2 super sticker of lady with sunglasses.
Nice.
Oh, I was actually doing something yesterday because I do these stupid paintings. I tried to make a...
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, but I got him demonized. I couldn't get the eyes to...
It's kind of creepy.
I don't know. I think he looks...
It looks...
Look.
Maybe if it was... if the eyes were blue or something, but I'm trying
it looks
to be
like
better
Jeff
at drawing.
Jeff the Ender.
Jeff,
I'm just
it
I'm
looks
trying to
like the
learn how
baby.
to draw.
It looks like Coraline, and if you had the whites of the eyes, I think it's because they're all dark. So if you had, I don't know.
There,
yeah,
there
baby
is
shark eyes. Baby shark eyes.
there is a white in the eyes, but I couldn't get it right. I was I'm
I still
not that
think
good.
it's super
I
cute.
don't have any artistic skills, so I just go online and say, hey, how do you draw a baby baker? And this was a baby, so I was trying to learn how to draw.
It's cute though. You gave him a little piece of hair in his little forehead.
Yeah, and he's
Aw.
doing the victory sign. I hope it's not the FU sign.
Oh,
All people in the UK, I
he's
didn't
doing the
mean
finger
it.
bang.
Oh, well, that okie doke. Oh,
can't see the
that's his
face.
thumb.
No, it's the
Oh, that's
fingers
his
you're
thumb.
looking at. So
Yeah, but I want to
Well-
see the face real quick.
yeah, but the face isn't finger banging.
But I want to see the face.
Stop saying finger banging.
Clip all of this. I need all of the finger force multipliers. What in the name of?
Thank
That's
you for your
Jeff the Ender.
Jeff the
constructive
Ender.
criticism. And
God,
Brandon
that's
said,
crazy.
Jamie sassy, no way I would get a member chat today. You had a member chat yesterday, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon, it's in my driveway. Come get it. I'm not going out there ever again.
How can you mess up something so simple as bringing the right shoe or the left, whatever? It's so indicative of this whole investigation. Yeah, in a case where there's two defenses, the car never hit someone and the body wasn't hit. And the second defense is it was a really shit investigation. You'll fuck it up. Jess, I just showed that. I just showed that on screen, and
Did anyone?
someone is saying prediction. They are going to blame the mix-up on the last trial and say it was accidentally put in the wrong box after trial. Probably, but yeah,
Probably.
Okay, we need a meme army because I need a picture of Buchanan with those little like bungee cord backpack leashes. And yes, I did have one for my youngest, most feral, but with Proctor on it on a leash. So they're just buddy copping together.
They've got handcuffs, Mo.
I'm just imagining him with a little puppy backpack and the little, tail is the leash. And he's like, no, Proctor, no.
put a baker hat on, baby baker. Do you all wear baker hats in Denmark? No, we got back when I got my. We don't have officially the guild system, but bakers. Some of the old guys still have the baker guild running. So when you get your certificate, instead of getting at the school, you will go to a meeting at the guild hall, and they will give you your certificate that you have gotten this grade and congratulations and all that. And then we got a shitty baker hat because in Denmark, when you get a high school degree, you'll get like a little hat. And then, so we didn't feel left out. They wanted to give us a hat. So they gave us like half of a chef's hat that wasn't starched. So it's kind of like a stupid beret kind of thing. I have never, ever seen anyone wear it. Sometimes you'll have people tell you that you need to put on those little white sausage maker hats, but I never wore a hat in a bakery. It's going into the oven. It's going to be clean when it gets out. No problem.
Yeah, to be fair, Mr. Mo hated the beret years of the military uniform. Absolutely was not happier than when they pitched those.
They got rid of the berets?
Yeah, I think it's back
we
to
still have the
standard
beret.
head covering. At least
The beret is
Was
standard
that-
head covering.
it was,
been-
but
well, it was for a
they
while.
went back for,
Are you sure?
or maybe I'm thinking of when he retired. Look, it is storming here. My brain is misfiring. So I just remember he was happy to no longer wear a beret.
So there is a lot of situations where you wouldn't wear a beret anytime you're in the field or certain duty stations, I guess, like if you're in a specific hospital or something that might, I don't know exactly, but I think the beret's still the thing. I love the beret.
Yeah, and it's really easy because you can just stuff it in the rungs for your belt.
Ooh.
It doesn't fit over the
it's way
dredge real
easier
easy.
than it's way easier than having a cap, because the cap is really a beret. You just fold up and put it in your in the belt loops in your pants.
Now you look like you're from the William Wallace division, and I can go or the Valhalla division. That's it, Valhalla. You need to go back. I want all soldiers to look like you. You
Yikes.
have my blessing. Well,
The PCs were easy too, because it was the same thing. You would the patrol caps, the hats. You just stuff it in your pocket. Like neither one's bad. This one just gets
But
hot.
the brim will get effed up.
It depends on what hat you're wearing, right? Like we would just stuff them in our cargo pocket, and it usually sits pretty okay in there.
Yeah, but we because I'm Navy. So when you go to another branch, you are allowed to wear the head cover of your former branch. If you are deployed with, I wasn't deployed with the Navy. I was deployed with, first was the logistic regiment, and the second time I was deployed with some kind of infantry regiment or something like that. But because my birth regiment was the Navy, I could wear my head cover from the Navy, and I have, the flat tops. When we get baptized, we break them, so it's kind of like a little fancy hat. And so I wore that with my, just because all of these infantry guys were, I don't want to wear a green beret because I'm a black beret, and they're way cooler. So I said, all you guys, so I'll put on my my Navy cap. And everyone was, you're pretty slow, aren't you? And I said, yeah, but you will remember me. So
That's funny.
See if I can find it.
Anytime we were out in the field, training or whatever, or in combat, you would just have your PC, your hat, and it didn't matter what it looked like because you're training or at war. So you just smack it against your thigh, put it on your head. That's how they tell you to do it. Smack it against your thigh and put it on. You're not supposed to shape it. You're not supposed to have all the cool creases in it and stuff. Some guys you'll see do it. I guarantee Yuri did it. Douche.
oh
Guarantee
yeah.
he did
He was starching his workout, his PT clothes. He was. He had a crease in his shorts.
There's
And
something they call it a Ranger roll or something where you tuck it in here, so like the front part gets displayed and then it looks real high speed.
Well, to be fair, he should probably put focus on his forehead and not his lack of a chin. So
I couldn't find my Navy hat, but this is the Baker hat I got when I got my education.
I like it. You look like a mushroom.
I don't. And it's sponsored.
You look like the back end of a turkey drumstick in every cartoon from the 1950s.
no.
Oh
Stay
my
Puft
God,
Marshmallow
stop it.
Man. Stay Puft Marshmallow
Turkey
Man.
drumstick.
Or Chef
Oh,
Boyardee.
yeah.
Look,
You look like the
I
tip of a filled rubber. Did you see on I Have a Story by Yamaha? He told a story today that you, Val, and Baker were in it. It was funny. I did see it. I haven't got a chance to listen to it. I saw this.
I'll have to listen to it. It's cute. You remind me of Chef Boyardee, and I love SpaghettiOs. So,
But it's not like those, because it's a flat where the other ones are tall. So we have to.
well,
They thought this is a baker cap. Imagine walking around in a bakery where it's 105 degrees with this on your head. I have
Yeah.
never worn it
Is
on
it
anything
cotton
else.
or anything? Like,
I don't know what it is. It's just you get it, and then you have people write in it and wish you good luck. You don't wear it. You'll just
Imagine
keep it.
wearing this beret in Hawaii.
I feel like you'd want to just wear like a bandana or something, just to keep.
Well,
true.
Well, I didn't wear. I just, if it got real hot, I just took off my hair.
Took off your hair?
Yeah, just
One at a time. He just plucked them.
What do you mean?
yeah. I just
You'd shave your head?
yeah, I did that when I was deployed because it was so effing the water, because it's very heavily chemical treated, so it'll just ruin your hair. So I just busted off. That's how I did it back in the day. But
I couldn't picture you with a buzzed head.
Yeah.
oh,
Oh no.
I did. It was really really hot when I was deployed. So we took off our hair.
Same.
Well, I did.
Al in the background screaming. Same.
I was trying to find a hat. I don't see one.
Aw.
This is the uniform I had to wear. And if Valhalla thinks it was hot to wear beret in Hawaii, imagine this in summer. This is wool. It doesn't breathe.
The
And,
berets are wool.
Oh, wool? Ugh.
All of
Yeah,
it? Oh, God.
And if you notice, you can't really see it, but you have to wear these. I don't know what it's called in English. It's
Boot
leather
covers?
that you put over the top of your shoes, and your shoe. You can see it's a shiny tip on the shoe. You have to spit polish it from a normal dull shine. You have to spit shine it up. So it'll look like it's a lacquered shoe, but this used to be my drum.
Aw.
Shoes look so uncomfortable.
No, they were
Yeah.
actually fine. The only problem is they don't have soles on, because you have to do the when we do like funerals and stuff like that, you have to do the slide, so when you're out walking, especially on cobblestones, it's really annoying. And we had we call it, you got like a line for every mistake you make, and every line cost $50 that you then paid into drinking at the next party. And if you slipped up, you would get a line that would be 50. And I think we made 5,000 a month when I was in there. So you shouldn't make many mistakes before you didn't need. But these the red lines, only specialists
Baker
can
at?
wear those in Danish military.
Where's the baby baker at?
I'm not in this photo. This is
Oh.
Okay, so why the leather spats, I guess?
it's from back in the day before you had high boots to save material. So you just tied it around to protect your pants and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a big boat behind the band. It's I think it's actually American. It looks like an American boat with the numbering on it. I think it's American. Oh.
Are we
No.
back?
No, it's just CC is acting up.
Is Bev going to be? Is this going to be the day where Bev is like, "This is ridiculous. One more thing goes wrong,
And
she's
I
gonna turn
will
this trial
destroy it.
around."
It's her fault.
Well, yeah.
She can't be mad.
No, there's none of those old. I'm pre-digital. That's why it's probably not anything with me in it. But no, we had to go around in those shoes. Oh, and if you scuffed your shoes, that was another 50. And if you didn't keep your gear perfect, like that white cover, you had to paint white. If it'll crack like a lot.
Oh,
So you had to sit and paint it, and actually we used erasing ink, from the old days, from typewriting ink, the white stuff. That's what we used to cover it, because that was way more effective than just putting white shoe shine on it, because it couldn't look shiny.
Back in the day when we had our BDUs, the woodland camo, we had actual pins on our uniform, the black pins or whatever. No,
rank
I'm wrong.
Insignia.
They were sewed on the BDUs, on the ACUs, on the digital stuff. That we had actual pins on those, and you had to use a Sharpie, because like they're black, they're supposed to be black, but as they get scuffed or whatever, they turn like a bronze. So you just take a Sharpie and cover over them.
I always loved that you get $600 for, or whatever your allowance for a uniform. Then you have to buy your rank. Then you have to do it. Then you have to take it to the tailor on the PX, who charges like $912.
You are unmuted.
It was fun.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no? I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Is that Miss McLaughlin?
Yeah. We can just do a quick one. The one found at the scene should be the left sneaker.
Unless that's inverted.
Oh, yeah, that's another problem. There's a lot of inversion going on.
We have no idea, y'all. Nothing makes sense in Canada.
Zoom and enhance, no idea.
Ridiculous. How far away is the jury room? Jesus Christ, what is happening?
I swear they must be across the quad and they have to do the Lord of the Rings march every morning to come through.
All right, to the court, jurors entry.
Just because I want to piss off Valhalla.
God damn it. God damn it.
This is where they start. Can I just make a small observation?
Greatest adventure of all time, man. All time.
Hey, I'm just saying, this is where they start their journey, right?
Yes.
This is where there's an inlet. This is where they end their journey. They could just have popped on a boat and it would have been a 90-minute movie.
They didn't know they were going there the whole time. It was.
They didn't know
knew
how
they
to
were
build
going to
boats.
Mount Doom.
They weren't carried in the
Not until they got to Rivendell.
Knew that.
Not until they got to Rivendell.
Yeah, they had to figure out what they were going to do and do a confab, do a Zoom call.
There was 13 or something people in the...
Stupid hobbitses.
greatest adventure ever written.
That's it. Baker, you and I are making The Hobbit, if done right, by Baker on a budget.
Yeah,
So
it's going to be a
we're just
5-minute movie. Hey,
Baker's
water.
going to be like, hey, morons, short morons, get in the boat. We're going to
Session
Mordor.
may be seated.
The real reason is they use Apple Maps.
I am, thank you, Your Honor.
Their ways
Yes.
got disconnected.
Now give us an explanation. We been on a break for 45 minutes. As a juror, I would be PO'd.
I'd be glad I didn't have
Sir,
to.
when we left, we were
Babbling.
discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
Thought
It
was
would be
from
his right
Fairview.
sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
I thought it was from
Oh, it's
Fairview, Yuri.
because he misstated? Or is it
No,
marked
No.
wrong?
It's,
Or
he's opening
why
it in a
did he
different
say it
bag now.
was...
They had
said
the
it was
wrong
from
shoe
Fairview?
up there. So they had the shoe from Fairview up there. He opened it without looking at the bag. So he's like, wait, this is the one from Fairview. And then they had to find the one from the hospital.
Hobbits can get wet because the book ends
Is
with
that the
Frodo
sneaker you
going
retrieved from the
sailing.
Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence.
So he just spat on the
Any
shoe.
objection, Mr. Jackson?
I saw that, right? What the hell was that? He wanted one last whiff? What the hell was that, bro?
Hey, he needed to taste the scene once more again so he could paint with all the colors of the crime.
Decomposition. You can't get that in every
Trooper
store.
Mechanic, there are two more
What
items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Mm.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Mechanic, there are two more
You're
items
a
that you
weirdo.
retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to
I'll
dry?
take a bio break.
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
They laminated
Court's
his
permission,
shirt?
Trooper Mechanic, show it to the jury.
Yes.
Name of all that is unholy. Holy shit, they did laminate it.
What is this?
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
Put it in plexiglass.
Jamie, I have
God.
can't even right now. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Oh.
Exhibit 87.
Is that where they spent the money they don't have for supplies? Plexiglass.
Yes. I cannot believe they GD laminated this crap. This is ridiculous. With like Velcro, 2 pieces of plexiglass and Velcro. It's ridiculous.
And Trooper Mechanic, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
Oh, they had to
Court's
clear
permission.
tape it together because it was too thick. What the hell is? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be
Ridiculous.
laughing.
No, Mo, laugh. Because this is just
Well, I can just see you guys don't take John seriously, do you?
they're taking it seriously because they're like, you know what? We didn't give a crap about these clothes before, but we are going to memorialize them
Yes, thank you.
for as many times as we're going to go after Karen Reed. Let's put these in plexiglass.
Okay, I just want to know who thought of this and how many edibles were involved.
Oh, okay.
They were not in plexiglass last year. I did not remember anything being brought out like that at all.
The defense is like, what in the name of Hades? Oh, I feel bad for Erin.
Why?
She's stuck with a drink. I mean, I know she picked him, but I don't like
not
cheaters.
stuck.
So
Get it moving.
yeah, why didn't the jeans go in plexiglass?
Yeah. They're discriminating against the jeans.
Probably because of the way jeans are hemmed. They actually have that weird sort of U shape at the bottom. So it'd have
They
been
already used their max budget of plexiglass now. So
the Lowe's was like, what the hell are you boys doing with this plexiglass? They didn't
We
want
have
to
a
ask
budget.
questions.
Yeah. You're at your max budget of plexiglass. The jeans gotta.
They
What, you
spent
gotta
all
pick
of
a.
that
You
getting
gotta
the
pick a
molds.
pair of clothes stamped.
No, Jamie, I know where all the money went. Getting Jen McCabe's teeth and then trying to make them into Chloe's teeth.
Oh, they molded Jen. It's not really Chloe's mold; it's Jen's mold because she's.
You know what? At this point, I wouldn't put anything past them.
Wait, what if it was Jen that made those marks? What is that?
Again, I wouldn't put anything past her either. Allegedly. Oh God, the grieving weirdo. She saw his pants and she was like, I almost got into those. I almost saw the peen.
Oh my God. I don't feel bad.
How
for any of this.
disrespectful to your husband. Like, I'm over here having like the worst couple years of my life because, as weird as it seems, my body just started grieving my first husband. So I have this good husband I have here, and I'm bawling my eyes out for my first husband. But you don't see me wearing a choker with like grieving widow on it. Just damn, she pisses me off so bad.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience.
Facts,
All
not
right,
evidence.
go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
They didn't
Thank
give
you.
a crap about it when they were collecting
Superintendent,
it.
you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures. Yes.
Did you return to Fairview
Yeah, that blizzard.
a few days
right
later
out
on
of it.
February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle? Or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
Oh, Michael Proctor is now Mike Proctor. Remember, you don't like him. He's fired.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an e-tool, military style e-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass? What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole.
Aidan Carney says the Commonwealth will not be calling Proctor, Tully, Higgins, Albert, Brian Albert, Colin Albert. They're trying to hide their most damaging witnesses. If the defense chooses to call them, they will be more limited in what they can ask them than if they cross-examine them. They really don't want Proctor's text messages introduced because they will never convict if they do.
The
Interesting.
fire hydrant and along
I knew
the
exactly
edge
that
of
was his
the
plan
asphalt.
this whole time.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area. But
Oh, that's why they found the magical straw that stayed there after being plowed.
it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask
He can't be exhumed. I can't remember, but I think he's cremated.
you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
I love how we're not specifying the number of pieces of plastic this time.
We don't really know how many are in there until we open it, Mo.
It's
goes for
throwing us
Let me check a
evidence.
couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually, it was sealed. Yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside, and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the
Did
back.
you miss up
Could
because you
open
just did that?
bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Nora, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
Make sure to read the tag.
Well, last time he tried to do that, it didn't go so well.
And you a series of photographs and actually take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces?
I'm just saying, you guys. I'm just saying.
It's a weird. A purple suit is a weird color suit.
I like the suit. If I'm being completely honest, I like it, but it doesn't feel appropriate for this setting.
No. Nothing. Bev said it happens. Even though he was reading off the tag where he got it from.
Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
That's the one we had last year where Lally got all combustulated because they didn't understand what the hell it was. And then he started talking about if it was something from the tail light, and they never really found out what this piece was.
Yeah, this looks like it's completely unrelated. I'm going to give you a speculative guess from my years of motherhood. That looks like the chewed up piece of one of those toss away Tupperware, you know, not the good Tupperware, but like the ones that you get in a 3-pack. So when you go to someone's house,
Like a lid from Olive Garden's carry home.
True, deli lid.
Jamie is Midwestern. She's the expert in takeaway containers.
Well, I have a lot of lunch meat container, empty lunch meat
Oh my
containers.
gosh, yes, it is. It's Oscar Mayer's oven roasted turkey. We've solved the case. Give us our money. 300,000, please. Thank you, Canton.
It really looks like trash they've just picked up out of the yard.
Yeah.
Like a piece of trash.
I think Lally last year tried to imply that it was from inside the tail light housing, but then he got really combustulated.
Hopefully Alan Jackson can find a way to make it so they have to call Proctor like they did last time, because they tried to do the same thing with Buchanan.
Can we just look at this piece that they didn't find when there was less than 4 inches of snow? It's the size of his fist. They couldn't see this piece in less than 4 inches of snow when they were running around with a snowblower.
Maybe he's got tiny
small hands. He has small hands because it's about the size of my fist, it looks like, and I have small hands. So
if you notice the woman holding the dictaphone, she's further back from the camera, and her hands are still bigger than his.
Still, this is a quite large. They found pieces this big, but they couldn't find this piece.
Yeah. No. Your point's valid. I'm just making.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yuri. Yeah. No. It's a valid point. I'm just making fun of Yuri's tiny hands.
Well, it makes his boyfriend look bigger.
Giggity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab.
Why is he just putting them back in the bag?
Because he has presented them now.
There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-021847-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are
If you put
also
them back in,
items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
They're too small to label?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items.
Oh, so now they're missing items in the bag.
maybe because you took them out and put them back in as you were trying to look for some dumb. You put them.
Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
How is there an envelope full of parts that's not labeled?
Well, it's just debris, you know.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the
He
photographer
was at
take
the
a
scene.
photograph of the items in place when they were found, or the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
Starting with exhibit 8.
On average, how many times per day would you say Jamie burst into the Oscar Mayer Wiener song? Jamie?
Well, what do you think?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, probably 3.
I
I'm gonna
really
say
don't.
4.
Really, guys? I don't think I even know
Well,
the
if it's
word.
like a happy day and you're like, I wish you were an Oscar Mayer
Oh,
wiener.
okay. Now I
That is
know.
what I really like to be. Because if I
Yeah,
were
I
an
don't know
Oscar
that.
Mayer wiener, everyone would be in love with me. Although
I don't know that one.
89, which is P490
Well, I've heard it, but-
7690.
and the answer is 4 times for Mo.
I was gonna say.
Trooper, is that one of the items you found that
That was the
morning?
one you got.
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire
Look at all
hydrant
that
or the
snow.
flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were
In the general vicinity isn't a location.
Where in the hell is this?
It's somewhere in Canton. Can you be more
Wonderful.
accurate? Near
They just-
Fairview Road.
Take the worst pictures ever. Let's just zoom in on some leaves. And just say this is this is someone's yard. Yeah.
Everyone's got to have life goals.
excavating was approximately 40 to 50.
What are you excavating? The snow has melted.
He had to move
Okay,
that leaf.
Indiana Jones.
They had to move the leaves. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, I
Indy.
hate this guy.
50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that viewers can see what it is?
Is this the exact same 50 square feet that was
Is the item that
excavated
you
this
recovered on
morning?
top of
The
that
morning
leaf?
of?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I can next show Exhibit 90, which is P492, 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that?
No, it's not. It's not on the corner of 34 Fairview Road. It's in the partition between the two, 34 and 32. But this is about 20 feet before the place of impact. How the hell did it get there?
I don't know.
And again, I don't understand how a taillight explodes out like that.
Well, not to mention you have gusting winds, you have a lot of snow, so there is a possibility if you suspend logic a lot, that some of these pieces could have been blown, but not if they were already in.
Giggity.
So that was cold, wet snow. It packs down and it gets icy. If there was a lull between that snow dropping and then the blizzard, there's going to be like an icy crust. Ask me how I know. I live in the Midwest.
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please?
Isn't this the one you just showed us?
Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503,
Does their union require them not to work a full hour at a
Zoom in,
site?
please. And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you?
This is
Can you provide
unbelievable
36
that
roughly?
it could have stayed on the road. No one can tell me that could have stayed, because it's perfect. If it was flattened and kind of moved into
moved this piece of
the
evidence
berm,
into evidence.
but this is just laying on the road.
May I approach, Your Honor?
And they did plow, so where, yeah.
Wait till it's on.
Yeah, so all that snow that melted off would have washed it away. So again, if it had been totally flattened and pushed into the berm, I could buy it.
Yes, I did.
But this is just laying in the middle of
It's a
the road.
photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find?
And you're telling
It
me
was
in
close
a
to the
house of alcoholics, they don't
on the
have
street.
cocktail glass straws? How are we going to link this definitively to the waterfall and Jen McKay or Karen?
And again, do we have any proof that she took a drink from there? No. John allegedly took her drink glass, but who says there was a straw in it?
Well, the straw
No,
is just-
this is absolutely horrendous.
Yes, sir.
Not to mention, just that because you find pieces of taillight on the road doesn't mean that they are from Karen's particular car. If you look on the side of the roads in a lot of my area, you're going to find taillights, deer, bunch of stuff.
Raccoon.
Oh my God, has no one taught these men how to use scissors? I understand you're a lefty, but damn.
Well, they can go to the leptorium and get him a real scissor. Again, this has
They
been
laminated the
covered-
straw.
it's covered in snow for days in a street that's
With
plowed.
court's permission, I'd like
But
to
it's just
show Exhibit
perfect.
98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688. So could you look at that photograph?
No chance.
Ms. Gilman,
No
could you
chance in hell.
No effing way.
You recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gelman?
Mind you,
Is that
the
the area
CERT
where
team
you
already
or your
searched
team
this
found,
area.
recovered that straw?
The CERT team already searched the street. This was their area that they searched. And it's just, no big deal. They didn't find it.
Yeah, and they really focused on this area because they couldn't really get into the grass area. So they spent 90% of their time cleaning the street. And I love that it's just placed across this, what looks kind of like a tire track, which isn't a tire track, but
It's
just
hard to fix a crack.
Yeah, but it kind of looks like, oh, maybe someone did it. So, but a perfect straw laying in the road after 4 feet of snow has melted. As I said, if it had been tucked into the berm, I could buy it.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is, look, this is stretching the level of my suspension of disbelief, and that's saying a lot.
But I hope the defense can put that into the head of the jury.
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
Huh, it would be
It's
cool if you took
probably, with my
photos.
estimate, 15 feet, maybe.
How can you tell? You don't have any, you are guessing right now, 15 feet from the fire hydrant. In what direction? Before, after? There's no establishing shot. This is pure speculation. Objection, Your Honor. He could have taken better pictures like at any other effing crime scene. Sorry.
Maybe
No.
20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you.
I think it's because they fucked up the last time and
You
forgot to
mentioned that
found
one
that
of the
piece at
items that you
the
went
fire
back to
hydrant.
Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Did I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you. The court's permission, McKenna, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Why does it all look so clean? Did they wash it after?
It does seem bizarrely clean. Same with the shoes.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, at least they didn't get them from Jiffy Lube this time.
Walmart wouldn't let them steal their grocery bags either.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
I hate that he sits.
The second
with
photo
arm
is
up
a
on the
close-up
thing like
of
that.
Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
I don't know
But
why.
it's
just
because
drives me nuts.
it's that midget Remember when we had Mr. Green last year because he was so small, and he looked like he just filled the chair completely, the podium completely. It's really small,
flattened and frozen to the ground, with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up
Frozen
snow.
to the ground.
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed.
Didn't
and
the
you can
snow
see
melt?
the thin
Yeah.
blue line, American flag on the front of the hat.
Oh.
So you're telling me that the CERT cops were not looking very carefully, chucked the hat, the black hat, against the white snow into a big old thing, and then Trooper Buchanan, with his super cop powers and his, ability to tap into the thin blue line force, was able to find it?
and just remember that. Look at the jury and say thin blue line, just so you can. Oh, this is an officer. Oh, we're the good guys.
On the brim.
And the fourth photo.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put that in order. Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
Why do you chew your water? Every time he does this. Look, I'm a weirdo. I watch people. He chews his water. I am confused.
Maybe he's swashing it around because he got dry mouth. You know that Colombian powder can make your mouth feel really dry.
His eye blink is also weird. It flutters at the bottom.
99A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526-7733.
Look at this photograph.
Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe
Didn't
what
we
you see
see
here?
this picture before?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
This?
Okay, next show
I think so.
99B, P527-7735.
Oh, you watch that.
This is the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
How is it?
Next is
frozen
99C,
plastic?
P529-7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Snow, especially snow that's been melting, isn't clean water. There would be
Did you
water
search the
marks
entire
and dry
front lawn
marks
at that
on
time?
that hat.
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene and items that we did not expect to find.
And why did you never call out a specialist team to find it? This is the question I would lead with from the defense. So you keep claiming that you found all this evidence at different times. At what point did you think I should get the search team? We know from Trooper Gallagher that he offered his services. Why didn't you use them who had specialist tools and who could tell you where they dug the day before? Why did you take it upon yourself with your limited staff to go and dig in a front lawn?
I think they actually have a specific team for evidence collection too in the state troopers. CERT usually finds people. I think there's a specific team for evidence
Yeah, that
collection.
they weren't allowed to use because it wasn't deemed a murder investigation or some weird reason they gave.
Or the weather or whatever the case was. But why wouldn't you follow up with that? Like, why wouldn't you get those guys to come out when they could, after it was either deemed a homicide or the weather let up enough?
Sammy spills the tea. This may be pity, but I worked at Good Sam until October 2022. It's Good Samaritan Medical Center, not Good Samaritan Hospital. Now it's Boston Medical Center South, but that's not the point. Lol. Thank you, Sammy. Yeah. Take my hospital's name out your mouth.
Heck yeah.
Like a cocktail glass, straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
He was bitching about
On an unsecured
tiny
scene.
team.
Call.
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was.
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the
Exactly,
person a member of
Mo.
any
Sorry, I
group?
wanted to say
Yes.
From what group?
that. An unsecured
It was the Canton
scene
Police.
that has been
As a
unsecured
result
this
of
whole
receiving a call from
time.
the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February
He was
4th,
complaining
2022.
about not having
Did you go
enough
anywhere?
manpower, but he's going
I was already en route to
dedicate every
34
one of his
Fairview
guys
to conduct a
to make sure we
directed
drive past that.
check of the area.
When you say you read a check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, to make sure that any.
Do you know what could be really, really easy? Just go out and search it in broad daylight as soon as the storm ended. And just search the entire lawn using heat lamps, using a canopy. Hey, let's just do a drive-by because it's really easy to spot evidence this size in a lawn, in snow.
Especially with red leaves on the ground.
I really
If you
don't
look-
understand how they can be this stupid, and I hope the defense can make the jury see it.
Evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be
It was
identified. and
not a
collected.
big lawn.
As you were
either,
on your way there, you
so-
received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
I hate this guy so much.
Yeah.
Great angle, Yuri.
No, bend and snap, Yuri. Come on, bend and snap.
I've never wanted a pair of pants to split so bad in my entire life.
I've never wanted a fart to accidentally come out. Yuri's like, I did squats for this. Well, please tell me they can't find something else.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
He reminds me of like a magician at a kid's party or something.
He does.
Ta-da!
I am the magical Yuri. I'm here today to get you a happy
Left shoe, right shoe, you choose. Come on, pick the shoe. Which is the left one? Which is the right one? Which is from Fairview?
Thank you.
Bukkake butt crack found. Fun.
I like it.
Did anybody
I
photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
A fun to not
you take
see
a
it
photograph?
again.
No, I
I'm
did not.
good.
How did
Oh,
you
I
receive
thought
the
it was
photograph?
fun to get
It
it.
was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
But
Wait,
the
they
Canton police
recused
wasn't
Canton
working
police?
there. They had excused themselves.
Recused.
So
Yes.
photographs, the first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that page?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
The second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
Would you like to move these into evidence? A and B, court's permission?
Any objections to
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
the court permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please.
P.
Is that a photograph of the item you showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right on the.
I hope there's a mechanic on the jury, because this part totally blows up their testimony. This is the rubber sealing that's put on to make this airtight and lock it into place against the housing.
It would have broke
This
off.
wouldn't crack. You have to rip it out. This is like I don't know, like that lady who fixed her hair. This is sealant. This is a very, very strong glue.
Okay,
That
I guess
doesn't
I never
fall-
noticed that.
It's on several pieces. You have and that's why if you can see here and you can see here, it's torn off.
Well, okay, just to play devil's advocate, if the force of the hit was strong enough, could that pry it off by the force of the hit? I'm not trying to be a.
No, you would have to have it stuck when the car goes forward again and then break it off. This
Okay.
couldn't explode off. This is kind of like the thing you put in your not even your grout and stuff like that, but this is a plastic sealant that they put on.
So it's like caulk.
Caulk and Gorilla Glue combined.
Okay.
It's to make it weather resistant, but also to fix it in place.
It's an adhesive.
Yeah, very, very strong adhesive.
Okay.
Because you don't want your taillight to just shift around in the housing. This is put on during the process. You can't just remove that piece. You'll have to scrape along.
Oh, okay. I
glass.
guess. Well, this is actually. I hope that they can get that out, because this is actually helpful for me as a non-carologist.
Yeah, panel bond actually hold parts of the car together with it. So, have you ever seen when they change like a windscreen?
No.
They have this wire that they sew along the seams with, because they have to sew through the ceiling. Your front window is put on. There's like a ledge all the way around that it's glued to, and that's why they have like a big sew piece of thread that you can sew with. That's to get through that sealant.
Saw, not sew. Saw.
Yeah, saw. That's what I said.
Yeah.
But it's a piece of kind of like a piece of string, but it's a saw that you just because this sealant is what keeps the plastic in place.
Okay. See, I never picked that up. So thanks for because honestly, I mean, it doesn't.
We call it a windshield, not a windscreen. FYI.
Yeah.
But I knew what you meant.
You speak weird.
Fair point.
Thank you, Brandon, for 5 gifted memberships to Back to the Country, John Showen, Wendy, JSC, Brookhoms, and Gina Gugello. Thank you, and welcome to all of you. You don't get anything other than the Zoo Bird. No, I think that's more than members only. How freaking big is the tail light of a Lexus SUV? All of those pics would make a huge... Now, it's because it's zoomed in. So,
Yeah.
But if there's any bodywork people out here, they will tell you this is something you pry off, because this is sealed to the housing. That's probably why you can see when you see the housing, there's like a white line that looks like someone put something in there and prayed it off. RTV seal, like from make a gasket material. And Katie Rose, Baker, look up blobfish. Reminds me of him. I know a blobfish.
We had a blobfish the other day.
BN Trouble 31 did a reenactment with a bioarm and a tail light at 25 miles per hour. It'll show that kind of damage to expect on taillight and arm if this happened, as CV agreed. Yeah, and he broke his arm. He totally broke his elbow.
I remember I remembered more the bodily injuries because that's what I was paying attention to, not the light. So I'll have to watch it again. But this is all really good stuff to know.
Yeah, and they use piano wire and guitar strings to cut it out. But you need to break this seal, and it's actually quite hard because this is what locks in the tail light. It's not screwed into the bodywork; it's glued onto the bodywork. So with this on is what proves to me this wasn't broken. This was pried.
Right bank of the snow that was melting.
If that was
On the
broken, it
lawn.
would have had
Is that on the lawn or
piece
on the
of the
pavement?
exterior
That's on the
molding
lawn.
on it.
Could we show the close-up, please,
Right?
47?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Now I can see where it is. On
Thank
top
you.
of the
Take it down.
snow. How did it get on top of the snow?
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
7-11. Yeah, this is what it showed. It made no sense after seeing that.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Actually, the tail light itself is fixed with mechanical fasteners, but the tail light assembly is glued together with plastic parts to plastic parts.
That's true.
I think I'll do Mo.
What?
This is like when you get those two tater tots that has been too close to each other, and you want to tear them apart. Some of it will come apart. So
Yes. I thank you for putting it in tater tot fat. I can tater tot the hell out of science. So see, Baker, you're a great expert.
thank you.
Can you
Yeah,
describe generally
and
the
Bev
size
will
of the items
deny
in that
them
bag?
to call them hostile witnesses. I bet you.
Can I open it?
Please.
Have a good night, M. Spire.
We'll see you soon.
Tater nut analogies.
There is one very stupid carpenter bee that continually bangs its head on my window trying to get into the eaves of my house. So every once in a while, I'll just hear a ting.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like a $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag?
I'm not going to talk about what the numbers say the bags should hold.
In total, the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieve those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene.
Found new evidence. We don't really have to mark it because I kept it up here. How in the world? This is why I take out the third party culprit and just go hard on the Bowden.
Just yes. At this point, make Yuri cry.
But if the tater tots had been on pizza, would it still be in the serving area? That's the good question.
Knows.
Okay, no tater
Come out
tots
to
on
photograph
pizza.
these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located.
What does that mean?
It was on the left side of the lawn, near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I watched pitch
You
meeting.
produce 7-12, please.
Yes, sir.
Tight.
Oh my gosh, if we did a pitch meeting of this trial,
I don't think I could dumb it down. It is already dumb. Crispy hash browns
Okay.
on pizza is delicious.
okay.
Where are
I'm willing
you
to
from in the
open my
world?
horizons, but
In that
it
bag, are there
seems
different
wrong.
types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Oh, you can get potato pizza. That's pretty good, actually.
I would have never thought in a million years to put a potato on a pizza.
It's not that bad.
I like potatoes. I don't think I've ever had a potato that I didn't like.
Oh, I'm not fond of boiled potatoes.
Yeah,
you,
those aren't.
got to boil them to mash them.
Yeah, but you add butter and milk and salt and pepper.
Well, who
to
doesn't
mash 'em.
add butter, milk, or salt to potatoes?
But
Like, you gotta
that's what I say.
nobody
That's
eats
why
just a
mashed
potato
potatoes are
by
good.
itself.
Boiled potatoes are boring. Mashed
Could you stand
potatoes
so
are
people in the
good.
back can see?
Who
Imagine
eats
being new
boiled
to our channels,
potatoes?
coming in watching. What's this covering?
Are there a
Why?
number of different
Potatoes?
items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab,
This guy's
and
head looks like a
mechanically
potato.
pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not.
Any
No.
different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other.
This is a patata pizza. So with white sauce and then sliced potatoes on top.
I mean, I'd give it a try.
So where's the cheese?
Underneath.
I know that.
Underneath.
Yeah, you don't
supposed to
put
go on
cheese on
top.
top because that'll make a sealant, so you won't cook the ingredients. So you put on the sauce, then you put on the cheese, then you put on the topping.
That's how you guys
Wouldn't the
do
potatoes
pizza?
make a sealant?
That's why it's sliced so thin. Thank you, Techno Stacy, for the swear jar.
Hang on.
Isn't
Do you not
cheese
put the cheese
grated?
on top ever?
No, you put the sauce, then the cheese, then the meat.
Why? Well, you
Because
told
then
why,
it'll
but that's-
rest in the melted
that's not how we
cheese
do it.
instead of-
That's not how we
That's
do it.
not how you
don't-
do it. But you live in
That's
America.
not how
who gets-
America does it.
pieces were located. I'll have-
If I go to a pizza place and the cheese is under the
most of
toppings,
the snow
we're
had
fighting.
melted. There
I'm
might have
fighting
been
the cashier.
some
on the
areas that
spot.
was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
Crazy talk.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, toppings. It's not underneath things.
Is that all the
Although
pieces
I
that you
have
have
come
that
up
you
with my
were part of
lingerie
finding or retrieving
brand
from
name
34 Fairview
underneath
Road
things.
related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
Ring.
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Just through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that
I'll
some
allow
cruisers
it.
or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
That was
I'm
a
sorry,
text
a text
chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Oh,
Yes, I
let's
was.
get it out there now.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond with.
So you acknowledged it. Did you give it a thumbs up, you fucking creep?
Verbiage.
And during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some
No,
point, did you learn
indicating
everything
that you
was on
liked
text
it, you
Yes.
fucking idiot.
chain? And
No
of that
one
text
sends
chain,
a thumbs
Was
up.
there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the...
Yeah, if it's linked to his watch, then all of his Apple should be searchable.
performance
Yes.
level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained, Mr. Paul.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, it was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Yeah, if I get a text on my watch, I will have to touch it and hit reply, and then just ask Jemima or Marissa when they text me and I answer on my watch. It'll really fuck up because I have fat fingers and a small watch. You have to actively. You don't just okay. Thank you. You have to actively go in and reply.
And
Why
not
would
to
you
mention,
acknowledge that you read? I'm just sitting here looking for nudes.
yeah, I love how he's like, look, I acknowledged, I got it. No, I don't acknowledge. We use WhatsApp. So Mr. Mo, I see 2 blue checks. I'm like, oh, he's seen it.
Yeah,
We don't thumbs up each other like Roger, over and out, out.
you don't say over and out, because if you say over, it means that they should reply to you. But you also said out, which means you were going to cut off communication.
Failed basic training.
I spent a few days in radio.
Baker. Failed
military.
basic training.
Yeah.
Sustained is too far.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those two sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, he's shaking.
Yes, stand here. Sure. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, can you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
Those things you don't read,
I'm
they're
sorry, this
called
document
books.
does
They're written
not
by authors.
identify who the author is, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments,
No, if you make any of them in here, I should read them. Will you point out if you
absolutely,
Are you
absolutely. yes.
kidding me, Brennan? No, get one that has the timestamps and who did it.
Yeah.
identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Yeah,
Okay,
read
do you want me to?
12
Object.
Why don't we start over, because I was trying to get more clear in my direction.
Me-
Begin again.
planning.
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this I believe it's the same person because
Why are they letting him fall on this sword? I know they don't want to call Proctor, but this is tainting him. So you had a supervision role.
Yeah, this is making
And-
him look worse. And
and
it sounds
and-
like they can't.
sorry.
You go. Okay. It sounds like they can't do anything without one of them being here. Again, it is the no one was in charge. We're all chiefs and there are no Indians. It's that kind of thing. We're all in charge of everything.
His first reply shouldn't be thumbs up. It should be, oh, that's not how we talk about a defense lawyer. And did you get a warrant for the phone? Just checking. The next one should be, stop talking about looking for nudes. You are on the job. You're texting me on my work phone. We will have a meeting tomorrow. Talk to your union rep. I will get HR in with us because you need an attitude adjustment. And I'm not talking about a John Cena finishing move. Third, he should have brought this up to every single disciplinary unit. Well, I got 3 days without suspension, which proves that MSFP is a corrupt hellhole. And this should never have happened. Everyone who was on that text who didn't reply, stop it right now. You are a horrendous effing human. Should be fired. That they're not fired shows that this case is so corrupt, and this police department is the worst police department in the world, that they got 3 days without pay. shows you never, ever trust the MSP. And still, no charges against the man who killed Sarah Birdsmore.
All of these identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Wait, how can they get away with not putting in all of Proctor's text? Because we
Did you
know
get
about the
to
balloon knot
look at the
thing
ring
and the
video for
nudes
John
and
O'Keefe's
all of
home at
that.
Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the
That was
video over a
to
period of
other
time on
friends.
January 28th and January 29th?
Oh,
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigation,
The balloon knot, she's a crazy, she's hot if you like them with a balloon knot, with a something. She got a flat ass, was all sent to people who were not cops. And that's why he got fired, because he broke. But everyone who was on that text should have been fired because they didn't do their due diligence. Especially in an age where we have this much focus on, we don't close our eyes. If we see something, we say something. And it's not just if you see someone running around with suspicious packages. This is such a vile behavior that, again, I can joke about things because I'm not a cop. I'm not given the ultimate power in society. He is. And this is how he treats lawyers and suspects. What if this is a tweaker junkie? Just saw 5 cops beating a guy to death yesterday and was found not guilty. That's probably going to be fun the next couple of days down there.
Yeah.
9 months and I feel ragey. It's not you. It's Canton. Well, 9 months?
Different
That's awesome.
sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, we still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Not that
Did you
they
review
might
ring
be
video from January
intentionally
28, 2022 and
misleading you.
January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is exhibit 6.
Okay.
Let's see the video.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
say who's going to play video?
Yeah, video
Pick your
119.
nose.
Why are we showing this video?
This is from 119. She's taking the girl to school, and John's car isn't placed the same place as in the other video. If they're trying to say, well, she could back out of it, so she just slammed into it to cover it. This pole is right behind the car in the other video.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022.
A noise from a bag?
What?
What is going on?
Did someone bring snakes into court?
Well, she did drive over the lawn, but maybe that's what.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, she's such a bad driver. She hit the lawn.
2, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Is she yelling, "I'm going to kill you, John," in one of the videos? Or
Yeah,
what if any? Is it to say there's a gap in the videos, but we know that there wasn't any deleted? The police testified to that.
What are we doing here?
In your investigation,
context.
did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39?
Yeah, she deleted it.
January 29, 2022.
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
This has been cleared up.
Wait, why am I seeing red on both
Did you review that
sides?
video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Because the tail light is
Did you
broken.
later review video of 5:46:29?
Okay.
Yes.
We play number 154, please.
Yeah, I love how they stopped and
recognize
look and
what's
say,
in that
"Look,
video?"
it's broken."
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Yeah.
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that
As
registration.
testified to
And then,
by the
on
troopers
right
in the
side,
last
I believe that's
case.
Carrie, Miss
Only
Carrie
his
Roberts'
phone had
vehicle.
access.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video?
And just notice the heavy snowfall that's been there that covered John O'Keefe in 6 inches of snow. Yeah.
Of those
And this
three
is at
people
5
leaving?
a.m.,
No, there was
6
not.
a.m.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
Look how he instantly noticed it.
Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please.
Sorry? What time was that other car there?
7:50.
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155?
Who is
please?
that?
First of all,
Who is this?
this is at
How is the-
7:05. What is this person driving?
How is a regular car getting around? I thought it was impossible to get out without like tactical cars.
why is there no snow on John O'Keefe's car in this blizzard of ultimate proportions? Who is driving the white car? Is that Mike Camarino? I don't believe we saw that the last time. But that means
This
someone
is from
has...
the 29th?
Yes, this is at 5:07, before the welfare
7:05.
check.
7:05.
Yes, 7:05. Remember when it's so dark out that you can't see anything at the scene, attested to by Mr. Gallagher? You couldn't drive out. You needed 45 minutes to clear your driveway. He's driving around in a fucking sedan. It's not even covering his tires. But John O'Keefe was covered, and this shows that someone was at the scene. Is this to prove that no one tampered with the evidence? Or why is this guy showing up here now? This just shows that other people were at the scene before the cops got there. And Mike Camarino didn't instantly look at the car and think, oh my God, she's missing a tail light. He just walks to the house.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please.
Where's the video of Camarino leaving?
Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yeah. So
we have video 161.
So it's suspicious we don't have her video coming home that night, but it's not suspicious we don't have the video of him leaving. I hope they have that video as well.
Please. Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
I love how it really stood out to them that the taillight is gone.
Not a single person.
Not one person driving up the driveway saw that. Not even the
Did you later look
cops.
at video 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute
I don't know.
of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
Now you can see there's a lot of snow out there because the snow has picked up.
Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
That car's going on at a pretty fast clip, the one on the road.
It is at 1.5.
Thank you.
Oh,
Did you
okay.
look at
Because
video
he's
from
slow.
12:40?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171.
Oh my God, why are you doing this to us, Brendan?
Love how everyone is really looking at that busted tail light.
Nobody even glanced at it so far. They've scraped
No,
the
but
back
the
window
cop-
off on
the
that
cop,
Lexus
did-
twice.
The cop's video picked it up instantly. Oh, she's looking at it now. No, she's not. She was just waiting for her husband.
and 175.
Nobody's even looked at it. Here?
Yeah, he took a glance. He didn't say, "Oh
He
my
might-
God, we can't drive in this car. It's busted."
Who knows if that's even what happened? If that's where he was even looking?
Yeah,
I mean,
he could be
faced
looking
the
and say, "Did I
direction
clear
and
the
Right.
rear view?"
He didn't notice anything about that drew his attention to it further. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video. No.
And none of those could have been deleted by Karen Reed because John
When you were at the
O'Keefe
Sally Port, did you get an
had it.
opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent?
But what about the clear portion of the lens?
So they say his hand made this indentation in here. So no, that doesn't. Well, his elbow should be somewhere around here because he has marks in this area done by this little piece of tail light. Yeah, probably.
Or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sally Port video?
Yes.
Did you
Where?
view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29,
Yes, it
2000?
is.
She bumped it pretty good.
Can you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
This is the area where all of this should have been gone. This entire piece should have been gone if you go by the last.
Yeah.
So let me tell you something, brother, because this isn't interior lighting from the Lexus. This is reflection from the, if you look here, you can see there are two white lights shining down,
Yeah.
spotlights, shining down on the tail light, because a thing that BN13, I can never remember his name, found out is this tail light has a diffuser. This is the white piece with all the whole dimples in it. There's a diode shining light down on that will then reflect out through the tail light. If this piece had gone, which it is according to the police, there is no light emitted anywhere in the tail light system. This is spotlights. You can see them right here shining down on the top of the tail light.
Well, in theory, I shouldn't see any red there.
No, there should be absolutely no red here because all of this has broken off. But you can see this is white light. That's not the way it would look from the inside. So again,
No, it's
it's
a
make
glare.
believe. It's a glare.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice?
And again,
What the hell are they talking about?
can you
That's
what do you see up here? The spotlight for, at the ring camera. And look here, all the red plastic is shining up right here.
That's a lot of red.
It's a lot of red for a tail light that's not there. So let's just pull this one up because internet snoots are quicker than I am. I have to open it. This is the original when it goes down. This is when in the snow. All of this should be missing. It looks kind of the same. But how can this be here when this is gone?
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Still that video.
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
Absolutely not.
Could you play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please?
Huh. Still seeing red lights.
Yeah.
So weird. My
Which
lying
it could do
eyes.
when it's missing the diffuser.
The ring footage.
At the very end of the driveway
what's in
down
that?
there, she
Yes, I do.
hits
What is
the
it?
brake.
It's a still frame from the
Yeah. And when she hits the brake, because there's no diffuser, it shouldn't light up. Again, there's a diode shining down on the diffuser. But the diode isn't there. Oh, the diffuser isn't there. So it shouldn't be able to cast light out through the tail light housing.
the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Like to move this into evidence.
Okay, any objections to Jackson?
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not exhibit 6.
Yeah.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dayton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dayton address?
Yes.
Could I have exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere
Hey, don't look too
around
long.
3:15,
Don't look too
you
long.
went to Dayton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Is there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
Absolutely
that there
not.
was a tow
And there's
that
no
car
way
had
you
to
can
do with that,
testify to
Yes.
Were you
Absolutely
aware
not.
that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was not aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
that. Alarm.com. Oh, we haven't seen that. Maybe this is maybe we'll change our mind now. I never heard anything from alarm.com.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Oh yeah, this is from the tail light where you can't see anything because the timestamp covers it. Again, The smartest, dumbest criminal leaves the murder weapon out in the snow. They're looking at the tail light in this
Play
picture.
video 2, please.
Or could they be going into the back of the car? Who knows? Lights on again. You can see a slight little bit of white down there.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please?
This is a lot of snow.
Thank you. You can put the lights on, please.
Why don't you let it fall all the way on
Leave
the
the
truck?
light on.
So did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Let's say January 29th, 2022.
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos,
Yeah, why
were there a
didn't
number
we
of things
zoom
you were
there?
looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury? what
Also,
you were
why
looking
didn't
for?
we allow the
We were looking
vehicle to
for
pull all the way onto the bed of the truck? Like we were going to get a
Yeah.
better view at that in another 2 seconds. It's gonna be
consistency
more
in
angled in
statements
favor
that
of the
were
camera.
already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this
You have no
presentation may take a
idea
few
what are
minutes.
in these glasses.
Jurors, feel free to stand. There's no objection? There's no objection?
Sir, can you a CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Yeah,
Objection,
it would have been way easier if they just have taken their phones out and taken a picture and said, "Oh, look at all this missing tail light. This is why we already arranged the tow truck." Because why did they seize her vehicle when no one? Because Yuri Bukaki didn't say the last time that they were going there to arrest her for. And why didn't they arrest her? If you believe they hit her, why did they only seize the vehicle? Why didn't they take her in?
Yeah, that is a
Jen
good
McCabe
question.
told them, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him."
Yes, I do. There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection.
Thank you. Here's one exhibit again with the letters, please.
So I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look.
Who is mouth hugging the microphone?
Probably Bev.
Yes, I do.
Without it.
There's still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Yeah.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exactly. And this is why we do all the smoke and mirror. Don't look at the evidence. Look at all the other things.
108A to 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Let's see the rhino dance.
Renee, stop, do it a couple times.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, sir.
Last year, it was also him who counted
Explain
the
what
drinks.
this is.
Yes, from
Yeah.
left to right.
Yes.
It is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the.
This is editorializing the video. Bev said last time you're not allowed to do that. They should play the video. The jury is the fact finders. They will now be told how many drinks she did. It was wrong last year. It's wrong now.
Bar. It should be noted that the video is timestamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the timestamp 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and have been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there?
Look at that hatred.
Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people
Oh,
you recognize and
she's
identify
leaving
the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier, and then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27,
It's
please.
just a tall glass, not a vase. What the hell is wrong with these people?
Base sounds
Apparently,
bigger.
that's what they call it. I've never heard that either.
That must be a New England thing.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 9:32.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
I will say this timeline might help her because it's not showing like her just pounding them down one after the other after the other.
No, we don't really see her drink that much. And again, she's a skinny little one.
Yeah.
She has to be
But
a
some-
very, very accomplished drinker if she doesn't feel 9 drinks. And again, if she's a massive alcoholic, as they want you to believe, they have been talking now for I don't know how long, and she hasn't even taken a sip. John have taken 2 sips of his beer.
Well,
But
yeah,
she's
that's
a
what I'm
massive
noticing.
alcoholic, but doesn't drink.
Why is a 12-year-old in a bar? That little redhead is like 12 and a half.
Well, maybe she's Danish.
True.
And again, not one sip taken from her drink. And remember, she's a massive alcoholic who drinks so much that she acts completely fine with 9 drinks of alcohol in her, with a BAC of 2.4. But she still haven't taken a sip.
Oh, I would not hang out at the bar. There's too many people walking behind me. That's a no-go.
John O'Keefe's friend took a sip. John is taking his 3rd sip.
I bet Brennan's going to say, I bet Karen, stood away from the cameras because she already had this planned and didn't want to see how much she was drinking.
But again, she's this massive. If she hadn't been dumb enough to go on camera, I could argue that I still haven't seen her touch a drink. She have ordered and spiked her drinks, but I still haven't seen her drink any. Where is her drink? Does she have it in the left hand?
Yeah. Because she's touching people with her right hand.
Constantly. And, well, this is how you get into fights in bars because, no, she has her left hand in her pocket. So she's not even, again, this massive alcoholic doesn't even have her drink in her hand. Valhalla, do you remember when we went out last year?
Parts of it.
Yeah, well, I only had soda when we went to the bar. But I remember.
So right there we had, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he
I'm
put
still
it
seeing
back.
her drink hanging out on the bar. So
Yeah, and again, she's a massive alcoholic. I can remember certain people at the bar last year that probably had more than she had in less time. And again, she hates John. She wants to kill him. She has this all figured out because he's a cheating bastard. They were angry at each other all day. And now she's talking to these 2 friends, completely calm, with her hands in her pockets, not drinking her drink. I would have done that long drink now. It would have been gone.
Is she really not holding the drink in her other hand?
no,
Now
She's
the
taking
she's
it
got
now.
it on the
Except her
bar.
second cocktail glass with the added shot in it.
And she didn't take a sip. Now
And
she's
consumes it.
Consumes it all in one gulp? It's just gone, Yuri?
Hey, when you've got a skill, you've got a skill.
But again,
Next
That's
video,
the first sip we've seen her take.
yeah, they claimed the first cocktail. It's the second
please. Now
cocktail.
9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Next sip. Again, that's a mouthful. And let's just say there's 1.5 shot in that because it's a college bar, so they do the mixed drinks a little weaker, so they don't have all these drunk 21-year-old girls
So the
hanging around.
bartender hands over another cocktail glass.
Why does she hand over? This isn't empty.
Yeah, I'm
And
confused.
some beers. The shot goes into
That's not the glass she used before.
No, that's the first glass.
45 p.m.
yes, sir.
She has 2 drinks. She takes the right one, puts the right one down.
So that's the shot goes into
That goes into her the left drink.
the empty
that's
one after it's poured into the new and some beers. The shot goes into
Back it up another half second from that.
another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into
She pours it into the empty glass.
the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's
not what I
trick
see.
number 4.
Play that one more time from when the bartender hands it to her, please.
Another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one
That's
after
not what
it's
I
poured
see.
into the new cocktail glass. So that's trick number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, why is he allowed to
She's
narrate
wearing
this? Shouldn't be
glasses.
allowed.
I'm not sure that
By
that was a new
9:45, how many drinks
shot
have been
glass.
served to the defendant?
I think that might have been the
4
last
drinks.
shot glass.
Yeah,
The guy,
4 drinks
whoever's
between 9:10 and
so whoever's in the
9:45?
brown jacket there, whoever's in the brown jacket, looks like he grabs whatever the bartender sets down and slides it over to his side of the bar. I think she took an empty shot glass and put it in her empty cup to clear space. I don't think she got
Yeah,
any
that's
drink there.
it looks like it looks more like she's doing what I do, which is clear plates or try to be
Yeah.
kind. We're a large family. I try to put all the plates that we're done using, together.
Yeah, she did say she added shots, but so far I have seen her add 1 shot to 1 glass, and I haven't seen her drink that much. I don't.
That's
I mean,
correct.
no
in,
lie, I'd be
35
out
minutes,
on my
4
butt,
drinks.
but
Could we proceed to the next screen, please?
But again, this is a
10:09
massive alcoholic who's not constantly drinking. Now she's asking for something.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
You don't know that?
The objection is sustained. I'll strike that.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
What if technically, Yuri, technically you are correct, but in no way, shape, or form was that an aggressive maneuver there. That was cutesy.
That was-
F you. That was fun. That wasn't.
He was probably saying, "Oh yeah, she had the plumber over. I bet you he laid some pipe." Well, fuck you. You know, you're the only plumber I see.
That was
And
stupid.
yeah,
Yeah, I
because
mean, that's the kind of thing I do to Mr.
Ugh.
Mo.
yeah,
And he's like, "Is that an offer?" And I was like, "For yourself to engage yourself in those things."
I can't. With
no
Yuri. I
towel
can't.
folding in the near future. Well, Diva isn't playful when she does it to you, Wolfstorm. She's taking another sip of her. Again, for a massive alcoholic who has a 2.4 BAC, where does she get it from?
My guess is she went home and cracked a bottle after John didn't show up from the party because she was over it. But that's speculation.
Look how angry she is. Look how angry she is. Why is people
when
pointing so much?
Well, that's when she decided she
see,
wasn't
John.
going to take her shows off no more.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
Did we see that get served?
No.
That should be on
we
the
did
video.
not.
Again, we don't know if it's the same glass, if it's a new glass, if it's... There's no way to know because they can just claim, yes, he brings over a few beverages. Well, then we should see the server serve these drinks.
Why is everyone always touching each other? Damn.
I think it's something people do. I've never really liked it.
Okay.
A shot glass is
Yeah,
picked
I'm-
up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
Oh, that's number 10 now. But can we just get the receipts?
Now that was impossible.
Because we only have the receipts from the other bar. Yeah, roughly 19 drinks now. Every sip is a drink.
Oh, good night.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand,
Which is still not a new
places
beverage.
it on the bar. And then
Can I just say something, and don't take it the wrong way? I would hate being out drinking with Karen Reed. She has way too much energy.
Yeah.
She talks
wants
with
to
way too many people.
Yeah, she wants to talk and touch you and be all animated. This is not the club you want to be in. This is the Baker and Mo sullen, quiet club.
I would be the guy standing in this end of the bar with a beer, and maybe I think me and Valhalla stood and talked to each other for 2 hours or something like that when we went out drinking. Because I just, especially with this high amount of energy, I can't do it. Well, I think they are doing it because they know from the first trial that this was what the jury didn't like. It was the DUI, and I don't like DUI, and I don't believe anyone should be drinking and driving. But they want to put it in there so they'll find her guilty because, well, she was drunk. And she takes her wallet.
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink on at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37,
There's
please?
no way you can prove it what you have shown us, because I see full drinks, almost full drinks constantly.
Yeah, and she's
Bartender
not getting
makes,
handed more glasses.
4 shots.
No.
Top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
Okay, wait, Baker, you're telling me that they don't have cameras on their bartenders to make sure they're not, skimping on booze or touching the till? Where are the closer to the bar cameras?
Yeah, there's a register right here, but this camera can't pick up if she's pocketing 20s.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Every bar I have ever worked at has a camera directly pointed at the register.
I mean, that's what I
Every
thought,
single
but
one.
It just seems odd to me.
I can't remember their names. It's 2 of John's buddies.
Well, actually, the guy in the black shirt isn't mentioned at any time. The other one
that's
has on the iris goodbye.
He's kind of cute. We should
thought
know
the
his
guy-
name.
I think they both were in the
Those
first trial.
4 shot glasses are redistributed.
Because the one guy was like, he called me a pussy, and I couldn't let that happen. Remember? That'd be my guess.
If she had shut up and not said I was drinking, and they just went up and said, "So you have the receipt? Are you
Pours
going to
into
call
her
the
drink.
bartender testifying this was
She does
Tito's?"
not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
I didn't even see her take a shot, did you?
No.
This is all speculation, Yuri.
Next video, please.
All of it.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it.
Well, there's her left hand right there. There's nothing in her left hand, Yuri.
And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
We just saw her left hand. There's definitely not a drink in her left hand.
And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks?
The gaslighting is unbelievable.
Baker, are you talking because you're muted?
I said the bouncer who opened the door didn't say, "Hey, don't take our glass."
I don't know if you
True.
know this or not, but the bouncer at the door, that's kind of his job. He does that. That's what he does.
Yeah, I remember when we were out drinking, there was a guy standing by the door who said, "Hey, you can take your beer out." Okay,
Oh, that's my buddy Bear. Bear's a good guy. We like Bear.
Yeah, but he still, we couldn't take drinks out.
Well, then you would be drunk in public. We have laws, Baker.
Well, there was a kind of creepy guy coming who looked like he was more than drunk. But again, all of this is Don't use your eyes. We won't play you the video. Just believe me when I tell you this is what happened. I couldn't see any glass was being brought out.
There definitely wasn't a glass in her left hand a fraction of a second after Yuri said it's in her left hand.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but
I hope the defense caught it.
Drinks have been served to the defendant at this point.
7.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yeah, you should. Strike it.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see conflicts on this.
We're gonna go to lunch. We're gonna go to lunch. We're gonna go to lunch.
I'm hungry. I didn't even eat dinner last night.
I am starving.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please.
This is
All rise for the
2 o'clock.
court, please.
I heard 2 o'clock.
I think she said, see you at 2 o'clock.
That's what I heard.
All righty. Well, then I won't be here when you get back, but I'll be on my way and trying not to operate heavy machinery.
First of all, get me the receipts so I can confirm that every glass served that night was with Tito's, Bacardi, Jack D, whatever people were having. And Farley, we actually heard you were coming, so we decided to end it. And now we are to believe that she had a glass in her left hand that we saw her run through her hair. I'm not that.
Bra. She put it in her bra.
She doesn't have that much filling that she could hide.
Oh, true. Sorry. I was thinking me.
Yeah, you probably could get away with storing it in the good old.
Food
Look, I
bottle.
took a pitcher of beer down there. What are you talking about?
Hey, I got a whole Mad Dog 2020 bottle in there. Which Sarah Boone is very jealous about.
Oh, God.
But again, this was the same wrong thing they did in the first trial. She had 45 beers. You could just say she had a million drinks because she shows. But again, if she's such a heavy drinker, when does she drink it? Because she just takes sips.
It wasn't in those clips.
No, and so you're telling me that even though they're inebriated, if Karen was truly at 0.24 or wherever she was, and she was like nodding out, John wouldn't say, "Hey, I'm going to drive."
Right?
Yeah. Let's just say he's correct. He said 8 drinks at this point. She
7,
shouldn't be walking.
I think he said 7.
I think he said 8.
He might have. I don't know.
I think he said the one she takes out is number 8.
That could be.
But again, get me the receipt because I know we have a receipt from the Waterfall Bar, and that has 2 Bud Lights and a Tito, and I believe a $7 tip on it. $42 in total. I think that is. I don't know why they're allowed to do it. They don't want to show they don't have non-consumption. Just clip the booze and tonic from the bartender so we can play what clear liquid is it. Yeah. Again, show me every time they say, "Oh, there she served another drink." By whom?
Yeah, well,
Because
that's what
I
I
don't
can't
get-
see the glasses.
I can't see the bartender putting it across the bar either. And again, ain't no way a college bar doesn't have a till camera. No
There's
way
no
in
way.
hell.
No way.
It's I just don't buy it. If she's just dumping vodka in there, you would end up with vodka eventually. Yeah, that's another thing. If she finds it's a weak ass drink and she said that, I can buy she had 6 drinks that day, but that's over a time span from 8:30 till 12. So that's 4 hours. She would be slightly above BAC level. if I do my mathing correctly. She would almost, if she had waited another hour, she would be legally driving. But I am to believe she had a 2.4 BAC. Or 0.24. Sorry, you do it the wrong way. We saw her. She walked straight as an arrow out of that bar. She's now going to another bar where we know she's only going to have 2 drinks.
And everybody said she didn't appear drunk.
Yeah.
Everybody said she.
Well, and even Nagel, he wasn't driving, but he noticed that she was able to do the stop. She was able to be responsive to him yielding or giving her the right of way. He didn't
signaling?
say. Yeah.
Flash the lights at her or whatever. She had.
Well, yeah, yeah. So he was like, "You go ahead."
No, I'm not buying. I'm buying that she was slightly above the limit. She would be what we call party intoxicated. She was in a good mood and a little too drunk to drive, but she wasn't a 0.24. No way in hell can you tell me that was a 0.24. I have picked ladies out of bathrooms who I puked in my hair. 0.24 is I puked in my hair level.
Don't know that I've ever been to 0.24, but not sure I'm ever going to visit. But thanks for
you would be passed out at if you get drunk by 2 beers, you would pass out at 2.4. 2.4 is passing out.
Oh no. What Karen drank at that bar, even if it was only 4 drinks, Mo would be in the corner like,
which you can all see if you join us in Knoxville.
Less than 4 weeks, by the way. Less than 4 weeks. Exactly 4 weeks we'll be at the park.
Woo!
Yeah. I need to get my tickets. Last year I couldn't buy tickets. So but that's the thing. He's just narrating and telling you what you see. I hope the defense will go up and make him eat crow.
I hope so.
But yeah, I hope
she still said it on video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know because they only play the clips where she allegedly was slinging the drinks.
God. No. Okay, here. I have to buy all new skirts, you guys. I have wardrobe malfunctions because I have to buy them a couple sizes big. So I'm having to get smaller, bigger sizes, and we don't need wardrobe malfunction, Mo. We don't.
Well, it could be an interesting stream then. Well,
no.
It will be an interesting stream.
Yes.
I'm going to end this. Going to go make myself some dinner. We will be back in 35 minutes or so.
Yep.
And hopefully you will join us because I can't wait for Cross on this one.
I know, but I feel like Brennan's going to drag it out an entire day. I feel like.
Yeah, but what more does he need Yuri to put in?
I was going to say, Yuri shouldn't have a whole lot more. His whole big thing was this video last trial.
Yeah.
Well, but now they're trying to make him the semi-proctor. So my guess is they're going to have to go through.
Get in though.
Well, didn't Proctor have the tail light or the video of them getting the car into the Sally Port? Are we not getting those videos now?
Maybe they don't want to put them in. He has asked about them. He didn't put them in to have the defense do it. Could be.
Probably. I mean, it is a bad part of their case since they, flipped it and didn't tell no one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just hope that the defense is better at disproving this because this will be, at this point, I will believe like I did last time. I think she wouldn't get, but after listening to the jury, right now, if she gets convicted, it'll be of the OVI because she admitted to drinking. And
but
I think there's a high.
She has
There's
to
a high
have
likelihood.
knowledge of leaving for that charge. Like, it's not just a
No, but the jury
DUI.
don't care, Valhalla. The jury
I
doesn't
understand
care
that.
about that.
But to be for that charge to stick, she has to have knowingly left the accident, or maybe not even knowingly, but she has to have left the accident. If they can't find her guilty of having the accident in the first place, then that charge has to go away. It has to.
But the problem is, it's not about the law; it's about the jury. And she has admitted it on several clips that she drank, and that's a big problem in my
Yeah, but I will say this particular showing of the tape showed, because they didn't clip and he wasn't talking the entire time, you noticed a lot more that she was socializing. In the other video, I don't know if but it seemed like every other second she's taking a drink, there she's taking a drink, there she's taking a drink. This format makes it look much more like she's socializing, like she's, not constantly married to her drink.
I don't know, but if and the leaving of the accident is the third charge. That's, and again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The jury decides what the jury finds, and you can yell and hoot and dance around it. It doesn't matter. The jury are the fact finders, and the jury will, right now, in my opinion, have her, she admitted to drinking. He just said 8 drinks. That's why the defense, this is a crucial moment. All of that Jessica Hyde yesterday doesn't mean shit. This is the battle you must win. This is one of the pivotal moments in this case, is getting that CF McCarty somehow dismantled. Because, again, you can cry about the law, but we have a jury system, and it's juries who decide what the law is. So no matter if we know it's not true, if they feel it's true, it's true. And sadly, that's how it is. And I think it's a really big problem admitting to drinking. I think that will be a big problem for her. But let's figure that one out. So, but hopefully Jackson is locked and loaded. I know I'm going to be locked and loaded in some food in 5 minutes. See you all.
Yes.
Let's go.
10! Misreads.
Yes.
10! 10! 10! 10!
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on